Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Thank you, Houston. We've got it from here. All right. Just got done putting the old gorilla costume away. We were up here chasing each other around. Another $62 million well spent today. While we do all this science up here in the International Fake Station, 250 miles above your imagination. So we're having a good time here so far. So let's take a look and see who already is here before we discuss the machine that goes bing, because people are often fooled by the machine that goes bing. So we got Benny Boy, and I think Benny Boy was trying to tell me to thank Plowboy 6656, who is also here for his presence. We got Mike Finnan, Dreamy Lynn Escape the Chains, ZXL Master, as always. Smoking in G sharp. Yeah, I'm smoking in a 432 myself. Christos is here. Charles B. All right. As we all come ambling in. I've always thought that's a very good word to describe, to amble into an area. I almost picture somebody not even under their own control. So what are we talking about here tonight? The machine that goes bing. Well, we showed last night a short video of an actual compass reading on a flight to Australia, where the display on the little TV screen that you get, it's on the back of the seat in front of you. And it was displaying a direction of northwest, while the actual compass, the real life compass, was showing a direction of southwest. And I had an interesting comment from M. Ball that actually said, I would trust the multi-million-dollar airplane with the electronic manipulable compass in the seat over an actual, and as they described it, cheap compass. I'm going to explain something to people. A compass is a very, very simple instrument. I've made them when I was a child. I made one merely by magnetizing a fucking needle and putting it on a cork and floating that cork in the water. It's not it's not a difficult instrument, and it will always point north, okay? Every time. Now, you're not going to manipulate that unless you put a magnet near it, and then you're probably the best you're going to do is get the needle to spin or at least show a different direction. But we saw that that wasn't the case, and if any of you know who Max Egan is, hey, there's Brian Stavely. What's going on, brother? So if anybody's ever known of Max Egan at all, just not in his wheelhouse to do something like that. So that's the thing. They would rather trust the machine that goes bing than a real life compass. Why? Because they want to believe what they think is true. They think that if manipulated data, which we've shown we're given fraudulent data, well, that's even up in the air as to even whether that flight that is claimed even really exists. I have to wonder how you fill a Boeing 787 several times a week for direct flights between Sydney and Santiago. I mean, over a short period of time, I think you would just about have had most of the population of those two areas even have traveled that distance. But even still, we know that if they're not above manipulating the data in flight to their passengers, then all bets are off. We don't know what they can do. We know that we have a lot of people counting on what's called carbon 14 radiocarbon dating to tell the age of different artifacts. And as we pointed out in a previous show, they admittedly say they know their calculations are wrong, but they have to use them or their formulas won't work. So basically what it is, we don't care if we're lying as long as you think what we say is true. And this goes along with this entire globe nonsense. You know, they think that, oh, well, we said this about this flight, so that must mean that the Earth is a globe. No, it doesn't mean that at all. It means that somebody's fucking lying about numbers, because we know full well that they're not going around a globe, or you would be able to show spherosity. Now, another thing that was just kind of blew me away, because I thought ballers and flat earthers both knew that the formula for the curvature of the Earth is it's actually 7.9 miles per mile squared, but we round it to 8 to make the math easier. Not that much of a difference, but it's still, you would have to see that visible curvature. And M. Ball said that he calculated only 1/64th of an inch of drop or curvature in a 10-mile radius or a 10-mile span. And it's real simple mathematics. We know that 10 times 10 is 100. And if we multiply that by 8 inches, that gives us 800 inches. And if we divide that by 12, it gives us 66.6666 or whatever. You can go 0.7 if you want to go ahead and round it. So 66.7 feet of curvature. Do you know any of them, M-Ball? Do you know any of these people that have made this trip in 12 hours? I bet you don't. They're, again, relying on the machine that goes bing. So you don't know any of these people. You've never taken the trip yourself. And I cannot really see enough people to fill up a 787 spending between $1,500 and $3,000. Now, they may do that very much. They may very well do that. But to fill up a 787 with the cheapest seat being $1,500, anywhere between $1,500 to $3,000, you would have to fill that fucking plane at least halfway. At least. So I'm skeptical on that. And we already know once a liar is caught lying, then anything that they tell you is bullshit unless you can verify it 100% yourself. So there's 189 people several times a week that are paying between $1,500 and $3,000 a seat to travel between Santiago and Sydney. Okay. So there's one of two things going. If indeed they are making that flight in 12 hours, then they're lying about the speed of the aircraft. It's that simple. Because we can see that one, there is no curvature. We're not on a ball. That would put but with the ball, they say it's only 7,060 miles to Santiago, which that could be done in 12 hours. But it's not 7,060 miles to between the two distances. It's much further. So there it is. So we know that there's something is wrong. Something is wrong. Shut up, M-ball. You thought that you thought that there's a 64th of an inch of curvature in 10 miles. I don't even, just go away somewhere. Just go away. Just go the fuck away. So no, that's one way, sweetheart. That's one way. We looked for the prices on these flights, and go, you take the trip yourself and videotape it or something, and take a compass with you, and don't make it a cheap compass. Oh my God. Like this. Wow. You hear that? You hear that bing? That means your baby is still alive. Oh my God. So fucking much deception that takes place. People think that, oh, these guys are really doing some serious science. And you look into what they're actually doing, and they're not, especially with theoretical astrophysics. Oh, it's like a degree in Disney World or something. Why not? You can just make up any fucking thing you want in that scenario. You can just say, hey, the space is consistent of, billions of tons of unicorn farts. Oh, you mean leading scientists actually said that? Leading scientists said that? Well, then it must be true. Absolutely. 100%. Sure. The same people that tell you that, well, we know our calculations are wrong, but if we don't use them, then our carbon dating doesn't work. So they're going to measure theoretical shit that they think should exist and then tell you how old something is. Sure. Sounds good to me. No, I didn't say 10 feet. I said 10 miles. You're the one that lost it. You're the one that didn't get it. You're the one that didn't understand. This is old shit. Oh, good. Sean Hawkins is here. How you doing, you meth head motherfucker? Did you ever think of renting your forehead out for drive-in movies? Anyway, the link's up there. You can come on in and you can... What? Too ignorant and dishonest. Well, if you can tell me something I'm dishonest about, Sean, you're the one that supports lies, not me. You're the one that believes lies. I don't think you can't be as dumb as you play that you are. I really find it hard to believe that somebody that's actually had the evidence produced in front of them showing that there is no curvature whatsoever. Did you ever check for yourself? I bet you haven't. And for you to call me hopeless, look, dude, you're the one that's hopeless. I've watched your show. It's really awful. It really is. You offer no refutations. When you do, you have to ask your Google or your Siri what the fuck the answer is, because you don't know anything yourself. Yeah. It's the only thing you ever have is stupid motherfucker. And you rely on other retards like yourself, and they kind of glom onto your show, and there's where it goes. So there it is. So in any and you know, it would take a fucking retard to think that anybody would even say that there would be 10 or 66 feet of curvature in 10 feet. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with your brain anyways? Prove that angles to Polaris. Well, tell me how far away Polaris is and then prove it. Because that would, if we're going to be dealing with if we're going to be using right triangles, then you have to have a distance. Okay. So sorry, buddy. If it's low, you're not going to see it from farther south. It's going to fall further and further into the it's going to fall further and further into the horizon. There's Nashikita. What's up, brother? Oh, lost him again. He'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah, 10 miles. 10 miles or 66.7 feet of curvature. If you don't have that, then you don't have a fucking curve. It's that simple. And if I did misspeak and say 10 feet, anyone with a rational fucking brain would know that it was 10 miles just based on the curvature, you know, just based on the formula. Real simple. Real simple. So you said that in 10 miles, there would be a 64 of an inch of curvature. Wow. But anyway, Sean, links in the fucking pin. You can they're not ruining anything, Deborah. They're not ruining anything. They just come in here and show their own stupidity. That's all. What's a meme from 1999? It's older than your account. I don't know what you're talking about, MCAX. But yeah, that's the thing right there. It's, what's he say here? He says, we aren't dealing with the globe. We're dealing with the flat earth. How high up is it on a flat earth? I don't know how high up it is. I really don't. It falls into the horizon way too soon to be able to tell that. But it's definitely not 411 light years. I know that. So either way, it's fixed. It's a fixed position. It's low in the sky. As it's not, what do we got? Yeah, there you go. 66.66 degree calculation. So no, Sean, your fucking, your little challenge is really kind of a straw man, because as we've stated before, Polaris is not where. Restating what? I said 10. You're fucking full of shit, M-ball. Anyway, use any height and prove that the angles to the point match. Well, of course they do. They're going to, because that's how a sextant works, Sean. I'll tell you what, let's make it real simple. Show me any curvature. Just show me curvature. Prove curvature. And while you're at it, show me a gas pressure system inside of a vacuum without containment. There you go. Prove what? That objects, as you go away from them, are going to go further into the horizon. Go stand out in the middle of the road and look down at the streetlights. It's easy enough to tell. It's not a difficult concept there, bud. What's up, Christos?
Hey, man. Just wanted to come through and give a little support. And since you said what you just said, I had to agree that what really convinced me back when I was looking into this stuff was the curve, or should I say the lack of curve. And I know there's plenty of other good arguments, or not even arguments, just facts and reality to point out. But I think one of the best ones and the biggest ones to provide proof for people that's irrefutable is the lack of curve. And the whole refraction fucking perfect thing that they needed to fill in the blank for why you can see something. It still doesn't add up. It does not fit. It doesn't fit my standards or the standards of any right-minded person that someone can say, "Oh, refraction." No, that's not going to cut it. Just saying refraction is why you can see something that far away, even to such a clear degree. Yeah, bullshit. They always have their magical thing, XYZ blank, that's going to complete it or be the excuse. Oh, because of this, it allows for that.
There's Ironton Auditor made it in here. What's up, brother? So yeah, I know that's one of the biggest things in refraction. Okay, so like if you've ever looked down a hot road in the summertime, a hot straight road, and you see a car coming toward you, at some points in that road, it'll almost look like that car is floating or it's driving across a big pool of water, which it's not. But that's what refraction is. Notice it doesn't lift the car up so it's 12 feet up in the air. It just obscures the road is all that it's doing.
Mm-hmm. Right,
It's not going to lift an entire fucking skyline up over the top of Lake Michigan for people to be able to see. Hello, my friend. How are you tonight?
I'm doing very well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just great. I think this is the
Awesome.
first time I've ever actually seen you.
Yeah, here I am.
Oh yeah. But yeah,
exist.
I called it the machine that goes bing because people do get really overly confident in little electro gadgets and shit, and they think that whatever they see on a screen is reality. They, so automatically, which they don't take into account that things on a screen or even an electronic machine can be rigged up to do anything you want it to do. I'll point out the Dominion voting machines, for instance. It can give you whatever result you want because it's GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you put into it is what you're going to get out of it, right? So as a guy said, he said, "Oh, I would trust the fucking computer display on the back of the seat over a handheld compass any day of the week." And I'm like, really? The handheld compass, you're not manipulating. That screen could say anything you want. In fact, it could flip off of that and turn into a Bugs Bunny cartoon at any second. The compass is not going to do that, right? So, I'm like, okay, that's, in fact, how would they know an electronic compass or whatever like that is even working? They would check it with an actual magnet compass, right? Yes, of course. So which one is the superior device? Of course, the actual mechanical compass is the more accurate device, not some electronic shit that could be manipulated from any remote control. That's what cracks me up. The proof of like when they land something on Mars or whatever, right? They show a computer animation and these guys are all sitting there and they're all looking at computer screens, right? And then when the thing touches down, they all stand up and high five each other and they cheer. And that's everybody's proof that it actually took place. Look at these guys all stood up and cheered. And to them, that's proof. And I'm going, wait a second. Didn't you already practice this shit on a simulator? How do you know you're still not using a simulator? Because they said this one was live.
You just got to trust them. You just got to trust them, and and these guys working at NASA, I'm sure they 100% believe. I'm sure they're handpicked based on the fact that, how much they believe them, and the whole mechanism as well. Like, they're not going to pick any of us and we want to scrutinize and question everything. Right. So.
Absolutely. And that's the thing is you can't just go, oh, well, that's an authority, leading scientists say, wait a minute, what leading scientists, or this excuse that everybody says, well, how do they know that? Well, science. That's not an answer. That's a word. I understand that they used a scientific method. I'm asking what scientific method did they use? And then when you break them down into that, you find out that it was anything but scientific. Like we found out with the carbon-14 dating. It's like, yeah, We assume that this exists in nature, and we know that our calculation is incorrect, but if we don't use it, then our math doesn't work.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we've been hoodwinked for how many years now? I mean, like, you know, with the whole Rockefeller Foundation and all the funding, all the money going into academia. Academia is trying to persuade you about evolution, about the globe Earth, and what other nonsense science that's out there. So I don't buy it. I'm sorry. You know, carbon dating is a part of that. I don't buy carbon dating at all. They carbon dated a live penguin, and it came out to be like 30-some thousand years old. You know, and I mean it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
I
Because
began
the 23andMe.
I began to get skeptical when I found out that whoever submits the sample to be dated has to give a date range that they think it was from. It was like, no, I should be able to just give you some shit and you tell me when it's from, right? You know, not like, hey, you were pretty close on the mark. It is. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be
it should be a blind test. It should be a blind test completely. You know, they should be able to like know. And this whole idea of stratas, though, too, like, you know, the way we were taught with archaeology, that's also a fallacy as well. I mean, there's a guy named Michael Cremo. He done tests, and they found older artifacts, actually, or newer artifacts at the bottom. You know, where it should be like older. Like the idea is, like, further you go down, right, the older it should be. That's the science according to archaeology.
And why is that?
Not necessarily the case.
And why is that? I've always wondered, why is everything, the older it is, the deeper it is? Does that mean everything's just sinking into the earth?
No, that's what the science is saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Well, I guess their idea is that, like, you know, dust settles over time, and then we're just going to have meters and meters of dirt that just gets piled on, and everything, you know, is just sitting at the surface, and they just get pushed down into other sedimentary layers. I don't know. I mean, that's, I guess, the theory.
Well, sure, that makes sense. They lost an entire city under 40 feet of sand. You know, they discovered Luxor. What do you mean? Yeah, it was under 40 feet of sand. What, they just forgot to sweep? They just quit sweeping one day and it just built up? Or what the fuck? How did that happen?
Yeah, I guess, you know, people just dealt with it, and then they were climbing over sand dunes to get in and out of houses until they couldn't get into in and out of houses anymore, and they just decided to abandon everything because
they
were just too tired.
I wish somebody would hurry up and invent a broom, you know?
Yeah. You know, it was a couple thousand years ago. You know, give them a little bit of time. Maybe they'll come up with something.
When it gets Angkor Wat, they found Angkor Wat. Have you ever seen that place, man? That's just, how the hell do you lose that?
Not personally.
I mean, well, I've never seen it personally myself, but I've seen a lot of documentary footage on it and photographs and shit. And I'm looking at this thing going, how do you lose that? I mean, how does that become forgotten?
They never lost any of these things, though. I mean, that's the thing. That's what an official claim, probably. But like the locals, they probably have known about it. You know, I mean, you can't lose a place like that. It's also I think it's also the placement is similar to the Draco constellation, if I remember correctly, Angkor Wat.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Giza. Giza is like the Orion's belt type of thing. The Giza pyramids, they Mandela affected for me. I don't know if that's true for you or not, but the pyramids, the sizes have changed a little bit. Now, let me try to remember correctly, but like I used to remember two big ones and a small one, like a big one, medium size, and a small one. The pyramids, but something had changed where it was like two of the pyramids became like the same size, and one became like slightly smaller than the other two. But I remember it was more distinct, like the size difference between the pyramids as well. So maybe that's just a personal Mandela effect thing. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, there's something now too with people talking about that there are 8 sides instead of 4 now, where there's a line that runs right down the middle of each, making like 2 right triangles that come together on each side. Yeah. Let me see if I can find
Giza.
that. Yeah.
Huh.
Let me see if
And this like you know, King Tut's like mask, you know, that's a well-known one because you know we all remember like that one snake coming out of the forehead. But now apparently there's like what, like some kind of an eagle or something and a snake. It's
Yes.
like 2 different
It's not even
creatures
symmetrical
on there.
anymore. See, that was one of the things I liked about their stuff was it was so symmetrical, right? And King Tut, I was in early junior high. I remember I was really interested in Egyptology and the mummies and the Valley of the Kings and all that, where he was found, the whole story of the curse and all that. I was big into that shit. So I had seen countless photographs of the King Tut mask. And when they brought it through to the Museum of Art in Detroit, I went and I saw the shit, went and saw the gold and all that good stuff. And no, man, there was never 2 things coming out of his forehead. It was always just that cobra coming up out of there. And now it looks like there's a cobra and a chicken, you know, like, what the fuck is going on here now, man? I don't even understand. I'm trying to find a top-down view of those pyramids where I can demonstrate that what they're saying with
Crystals. Hey, how's it going, man? Like I remember you from I think Patrick's channel. I think we spoke briefly over there over at OTW.
I think so. OTWs, yep. I remember your name and avatar.
Awesome.
No
Pleasure
doubt
to see you again.
Now, man. They appear in this picture to be of different sizes. This is how I've always known them. Maybe it looks different to you. Let me see.
Yeah.
Like that.
Let's take a look. Is there a top-down view?
That's what I was looking for. Wonder if I can, let me try to see if I can get that. Maybe if I put that in specifically.
I remember, because I remember the Giza pyramids were aligned to be exactly the same as the Orion's belt, right? The Giza pyramids and the Orion's belt, and their sizes were relative to the luminosity of these stars, so-called stars, on the belt. And I either remember like 2 medium-sized ones and a small one. Maybe that was the original, and now it's like 3 different sizes, something to that effect. But if it's not a change for you, it's definitely not. You know, and I don't like to often like come out with these type of changes like out front sometimes because then it can confuse people.
Right.
Like I'd rather they like kind of, you know, like I say, do you see that change at all? And then they say yes, and I would ask them like, what do you see? What changes do you see? Rather than trying to lead them to the changes that one might see. You know what I'm saying?
See what we got going on with this right here? Can you? It might be too small. Let me try.
Yeah, they're lines going down the middle.
Like it's almost like it's 8 sides.
Yeah, that's weird. I've never seen that before. That's really that's new to me. I've never seen these like distinct lines that's going down the middle of the pyramid.
One here's got it too. Yeah, I don't recall them either. That's the thing. I don't really recall them either. This is kind of a new thing within the last couple of years that I was like, oh, and then I looked at it like, oh, well, maybe it's just something I never noticed.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That one there, it's very noticeable.
Like the umbrella.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like the umbrella logo there, you know,
the umbrella corporation.
Crazy.
So yeah, that's kind of a new, but yeah, that King Tut thing. I remember I was big into King Tut, and I was like, they started running that. I was like, no way. And of course, you know, the books I had back in those days, I don't have them today. I'm usually the type of person. Once I've read, you know, a book, a lot of times, unless there's something really phenomenal about it, and once I've read it, it's like, okay, what am I going to do? Just leave it on the shelf? I'm not going to read it again. Chances of me reading it again are slim to none. So, you know, I pass it on to somebody else, you know, say, here, get something out of there, you know. But now I guess like you got to really, you got to keep
Like
everything.
good advice.
Everybody's
That's what
like,
we
oh,
do.
prove it. You can't prove it.
Yeah.
Prove it. And it's like, motherfucker, you know, and this is what the thing about the Mandela effect, everybody says, oh, y'all got faulty memory and shit. But 90% of testimony in a court is based off of memory, right?
Yeah.
So if people's
Yeah,
memory
you
is
can
that
sentence man
shitty,
to
then
death.
can we really rely on any court testimony then? If people's memory is that shitty that there's that many people are misremembering the same damn thing, you know, how good is anybody's testimony in court now? Really, think about it.
Yeah. What were people doing before we had like writing systems? You know, what were people doing before we had like computers and stuff? You know, they were writing everything down. You know,
Yep.
they had notes, and they had accounting books that were all handwritten. You know,
Yep.
back in the day. You know, and we have hundreds of years of banks accounting stuff, and they were very scrupulous with this type of stuff. Though, and you know, in ancient India here with the temples, people memorize the Vedas. You know, they memorize like 70,000 lines of the Gita like perfectly. And it did not differ whether you're coming from northern India, southern India, western India, or eastern. It was exactly the same. They only started writing things down like in the more recent history, but like it was tradition for monks to memorize,
Yep.
you know, by heart what they were supposed to memorize and pass that down. So there's like thousands upon thousands of people who did that.
Oral
You know?
traditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Paiutes still do that to this day. The oral traditions are passed down.
Yeah.
This the whole thing about when you're writing shit down. Kind of an early version of what we do here in the chat and, you know, on the internet, whereas you have these exchanges of debate through text, right? James Madison and Thomas Jefferson, often they were always debating each other, you know, and conversing. And so they did it through the mail. And so that, all right, so, you know, somebody go back and say, no, oh, you didn't say this or you didn't say that, right? Well, Thomas Jefferson, you ever seen that thing that you can trace a picture and the pencil's hooked onto a little arm set, and as you trace it, it'll draw a duplicate over here? Well, he invented that. Thomas Jefferson invented that, man. And he used that whenever he wrote any letters to James Madison, because then he had a copy of everything that he had written and said.
Yeah, only we used blue paper and he used carbonic paper, soot on the paper. So we used ashes on the other side. And
No,
that gave
no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He did not use ink.
The device. Listen to me. I've been to his home. His home is not very far from here.
Yeah, Bell invented the telephone on your side.
All of his artifacts are there.
Bell invented the telephone on your side, sir. And he did not. It was German.
It was Elijah Gray. So
also,
no, the thing that Jefferson was using actually had another writing device over here that was connected to his writing device.
Yes,
so
correct.
that it would actually make an exact copy of his writing that he was writing. So then he would have a duplicate of the letter that he wrote.
Yes, and he based that on the model of Leonardo da Vinci, his artist's rendition of a human hand and his fingers, its parts. And
I wonder if I can find a picture of that.
The 3 bones you have in each finger. And you still see that today in artists, how are they called? Maquette puppets to visualize what they're going to paint. The mannequin puppets from the warehouses, you know them. Those are crude renditions of the before wooden mannequins that were in artist ateliers, and they dressed them with dresses. And when the original portrait taker came in, they painted the face.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's the machine right there.
I've seen pictures of an older model that it's really a hand and a stick with another hand attached and a quill in it. And then he writes like that. But yeah, this
His house is an amazing place. Monticello is an amazing place. First off, the main part of the house is built octagonal. It's an octagon.
mhm.
And then when you go in, he loved his library, right? And he'd often like have ideas in the middle of the night. Now, a weird thing with Jefferson was he slept sitting up, and he had a bed fashioned in the wall between the bedroom and his library, so that if he had some inspiration, he could just get right up out of his bed and go to his library without having to go through the house.
Yeah, and
So he had that set up. And another thing he would do is immediately after waking up, he would dunk his head into a bucket of cold water.
yep.
Well,
And that was normal.
these guys were
That was
kind of
normal.
eccentric. They were very
Every morning
eccentric.
you woke up and you washed your face and your hands, and then you dressed and get out.
So
And
yeah,
every evening before you go to bed, you wash your feet, your hands, your face, and the sweat of your body, and then you take on your nightgown.
so yeah, it was a very, very, very interesting man with his interests were in like paleontology, the study of the Native Americans and their cultures,
Yeah.
geography. I mean,
The
this guy's
pioneering
interests
times.
were something else. Another interesting thing he's got there on the is a standard wind up clock with a weight, but he worked it out so that he has lines drawn on the wall with the days of the week, and wherever the
Yep.
weight was at, that's what day of the week it was. But the room wasn't tall enough from where the clock was at to incorporate Saturday. So there's a hole cut in the floor for the weight to go down. And if you go down in the cellar, right there is the line that says Saturday. And that was time to wind the clock again. So you
Yeah.
wind it back up and it goes back all the way back up to Sunday.
And I think
Yeah.
Nachikita can tell the
Right.
story about the Chinese emperor and his nightingale, the mechanical bird that sang. You never heard that story of
Okay,
the
why can't
Chinese
I?
nightingale? It was Marco
Why would I know the
Polo.
story, sir?
It is in Marco Polo his travel stories that he visited China through the Silk Route, and he visited the
Okay.
palace of the emperor, and he had this
Hmm.
singing bird, a mechanical one made by his scientists and alchemists, and that bird could
Hmm.
sing some tunes, and that was the singing bird of the emperor, and it was a
Okay.
mechanical device. Like in 1820, you had a device they called a vocalizer. It was a crude predecessor of the um, what Bell also invented, the vinyl records. Then you edge in the sound, and then you put the needle on, and then you get the sonophone, the great horn on it, and then you can hear what is reverbing on the needle as music or voice. And they presented that as the new AI in 1820. I sent you that 2 or 3 days back. Vocoder, it's in the title,
Yeah,
Sovereign.
I saw that. I saw that. Now that you mention it, I get on my email about once a week, and I get in there, and I'm
I
like,
get that.
I can't stand
That's
it. I see our highly educated friend, Mr. B, is here today. He's in reference to Jefferson, says his interest was also in screwing his slaves. Yeah, that's there again, the type of
well,
uneducated response that I would expect
you
from
mentioned
Mr.
it.
B.
He sat straight up in his bed because he had in some books they claim he had a hernia, and other ones they claimed he had scoliosis as a young boy. And another book they claim it's from psoriasis, sexual transmittable disease.
Or you could
So
go by his reason, and he believed that it was healthier. So we could go by what other people speculate, or we can go by what the man himself actually said.
correct. And if I
So
dare ask,
I tend to go by what the guy himself actually said.
is that an old Tartarian flag, sir, Nachikita? The golden eagle with the stars on the black on the
No,
blue?
it's not.
Oh,
It's not. No.
I thought could be. The form is
Yeah,
almost
could be. It's just something I got in Goa. It's just a sun and a moon. together.
I like it. It's pretty cool, man. Definitely pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's an
Somebody unknown.
congregation.
I have somebody unknown. Oh, that's Illuma Tommy. No, you're not coming up. You're a fruitcake, bro.
If he can behave himself.
No, he can't.
We've already had our experience with him last time when you had Brian and myself.
Yeah, he was going to kill everybody because we don't believe in the globe.
Well, one seeking for knowledge can never be denied.
He threatened another person that that is a moderator in my chat.
Oh yeah, does that? Dude. No, then leave him off.
So no, he's not coming up.
There are some things you can do in a conversation. Sorry.
No, yeah. What is your name again, sir? Is that Marty?
Martin or Martin?
Martin.
Dutch guy.
Martin. Dutch guy. Okay. So Martin, so your philosophy is that we should allow our time and attention for anybody who is seeking truth. Yeah.
If he is truly seeking for it, not like an instigator or an agent or a disruptor.
Right. Okay. But you haven't had your personal experience with this said individual, and so like we've had, and Dave certainly knows who he is, and that's probably the reason why, because he had a personal experience, and I think I would have to commend like Dave for like being patient with him, being patient.
Correct. Yes.
As and trying and talking with people. It's not an easy thing because we're coming from different backgrounds, different education systems and stuff like this. And, I think it's the approach that is always important. You can come from a different faith. You can come from a different background, different education. But if you have the wrong approach, people are not going to be sharing much with each other, too much. And I think that was an issue with
the man came on and literally said in the chat that he was going to do everything possible to get my channel shut down unless I go and say that the earth is a fucking spinning ball in space.
One moderator was threatened.
He's threatened to come. He said he was going to come and shoot me. He was going to shoot Brian Stavely. And he said he was going to kill people. He threatened Renee Bernays in another chat on somebody else's show. He's unhinged, man. And I don't need that kind of behavior at all. So, I gave him a chance. And like you said, if somebody's actually seeking, wants to know or talk about this shit and put their views out there, that's all well and good. But when you start doing that kind of craziness, no, that's not happening.
Well, yeah, that's the movie show. Huh? They shout and rant on the internet, and 9 out of 10 times nothing happens. Only you get those experiences through the years or through your lives or other ways, and at a certain point you're going to say to yourself, this is enough and this is my line, and you set your line, sir, and it's a decent line, I think, for most people.
You gotta nip stuff at the bud, a little bit, and not allow things to get out of hand. People can get unhinged, triggered, and we have examples every day, people doing just crazy nonsense stuff. By the way in which they conduct themselves already verbally, you can kind of start to see how they're going to be, functioning in other ways in life though too. So that's how kind of the way I see it. I give everybody an opportunity, but then once they start to show, their true colors, I stay the fuck away.
Like
as much as possible.
Yeah, like those close to me, I've told them also, you're like a ship on an ocean in your life, going through your life. And like each ship going forward, you have a wake in front of you, the bow wave that goes in front of the ship because it breaks the water. And nasty people have a large wake and push people away and suck them back in a vacuum. And loving people have a circle wake. They have a surround around me feeling. Good people vibe good feelings. What's that old song for vibing in the summertime? 1968.
Yeah, so let's not. We don't need to talk about this guy anymore. Let's move on.
Yeah. So that we were just discussing how the faith in what people say, what was it the other night? I was watching, was it High Impact, Brian Young, and he was talking about this discussion he had with Chat GPT. And let me tell you something, man, that's a deceptive piece of shit thing right there. I guarantee it. Because when you get around its protocols and it'll give you, when you back it into a corner and catch it in a lie, it'll come up and say, oh, something went wrong. Fucking disconnects right there. It's like, oh, caught me. Let's
Yeah, it's like Hell 9000, it's like
it
I'm
is.
sorry,
Yeah, even worse, even worse.
like,
Hell
I don't know
was
what you're talking about.
Yeah. What are you? I don't understand. Yeah, try
the
to
mission
gaslight
is
you and
most
shit,
important. We have to go on, continue our mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I keep telling people, I'm like, stop fucking with that thing. And so often I keep seeing on YouTube, on Facebook, on these other places, ads. Oh, download, I'm an AI. You should download me and interact with me and shit. And it's like, I know real people. I don't need you. I'm not so pathetic that I have
You're not
to
so
have
lonely. You're not so lonely. You need an artificial intelligent pillow to tuck you
Yeah, but
away at night.
exactly. I don't need that.
first they needed interns and studies and those questionnaires, and it took 2-3 years to create a complete thesis. Now they put a couple of people in front of a computer and they put in the data themselves because it's a game playing with Chat GPT, not knowing that they're at the same
Teaching it.
time psychologically tested,
Yep. They're
so their
teaching that
profile
fucking
can be
thing through.
perfected.
See, and they're getting these things, and there's more and more of them. And that's like what I was saying the other day. I'm seeing that there's more of them. There's this one's going to be, I can be your AI friend, and this one over here. And then, of course, the most famous one going is Chat GPT. And like I said, a lot of with these the Mandela thing, we often think that, oh, the cause of this is this one certain thing, right? Whereas it can be a chain of things that's taking place, right? So I look at the old Druids and shit had called that place where they have that super collider, and it's one of many super colliders in the world, but this one being the most famous,
The largest, yeah.
right there where they said was a gate to the underworld. All right. Now they start fucking around with this thing. What are you guys doing over there? Oh, we're smashing little microscopic fucking particles together and stuff. Oh, cool. Science, right? Dude, I think they actually opened that fucking gate.
Yeah.
And what came out after is what's responsible for this weird shit that's going on. Because all of a sudden now we've got, Tranheiser-Busch, and we've got Gabeline. And everybody's just going fucking crazy over trannies. And all of a sudden we've got all these AI programs coming out more and more every day, and people fucking with them. It's just a toy. Oh, it's just a toy. I'm using this for this reason or the other reason and shit. And it's like, no, man, there's more of them going to come. Watch.
Well, Sovereign, we had the 60 series. Here Come the Boys.
Legion is here, bro.
Yeah, Legion is here for sure. But in the 60s, you had the BBC series, All for the Boys of that Indian army regiment, those theatrical types with Sergeant Shut Up. You remember him?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it can be European maybe. Or otherwise, Hello, Hello with Rene.
The only one I remember that made me think of was Wind Talkers. And that was an interesting program to use. They used the Navajos, used them as code talkers.
Yes.
And but that that whole storyline of you're in charge. This is your code talker, and if there's a threat that he might get taken prisoner, you have to kill him.
And before D-Day, they went over to Anasazi language because the Navajo was broken by the Germans, and the Allied had conquered the Enigma machine at that time. That's all 1944.
Nick Volt, listen, you have you have no room to say anybody doesn't know what they're talking about. Anybody that thinks they can tell the distance to the moon using a fucking quarter. Sorry, bro.
Sir Volt, I hope you're still around after the 22nd of this month. Then the release is of a documentary of a couple of friends of mine. They know me personally. I have guided them for 11, 12 years now. They started out as 13 years old boys, gaming around, and I taught them the coding, and they became activists, and they have produced such wonderful things, and we are reaching so many people now. We got Tucker Carlson talking about it. We have Andrew Tate talking about it. We have multiple large.
I'm unclear. What's going to happen on the 22nd now of this month?
They created a new documentary about the surface of the Earth, the measurements, the stated measurements by NASA, and they pack it all together and think it's an hour and 30 minutes with specialists, experts. It's on the coronavirus, how fake it was, with experts and denial from insiders from Johnson & Johnson, I believe, as I saw the first cut. So I have to cut it now because I don't want to spoil it for them. It's their job and their thing, so all merit goes to them. And 22nd of May, so then it will be released for free. It's searchable now also. I'll try to retrieve that link from before.
So who's putting this out? Who are the guys that are putting this out?
Well, we called ourselves Anonymous. Those masked guys with the V from Vendetta movie. Guy Fawkes.
I love that movie.
Like OTW.
Yep.
I love the end of that movie. You think that those people and those cops are going to fight, and they just walk right through them.
They stand in front of the palace and all the agents, and then he blows up the palace and the ministry. And
Yep, I like that last scene though. You think that the citizens and the police are going to fight, right?
No.
Like they're squared off, and those people just walk right through them like "fuck you."
Yeah, it happened in France a couple of years back. It happened in France a couple of weeks back. So let's hope those order followers, like Mark Passio says. Also, I was acquainted to him years back, Mark Passio, and yeah, let's hope they get it into their heads like I got as a soldier. What I'm doing is not correct. I believe in the way I'm defending my country and defending freedom, but the way we are acting, that's not the correct way to bring that freedom. This is oppression.
Well,
it's exactly the opposite.
The United States hasn't been about freedom or any of that bullshit for a long time. You know,
yeah, and
they tell us here, oh, we're liberating these people, or we're going to bring democracy to these people. And it's like, well, why? We're not a democracy anyways. We're a democratic republic, but they don't see that this is the whole thing. And it's a propaganda shit. It's all for resources and to feed the industrial military complex, man.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Ask the question, how many times do the Allies lose on Discovery Channel? Never.
Well, they have to
it's only the victories and some minor losses, but not the great losses they suffer.
They have to paint the World War II as the good war. They really have to. That's why there's been so many movies made about it. They don't want you to understand that war was spread over that war was fought over the spreading of communism through Europe and Asia, and we actually assisted in that communism spreading in those two areas. We like to think that Grandpa hit the beach at Omaha to free Europe from the Nazis, but the reality is that they were facing off against a great many French machine guns when they hit that beach.
The first Gatling gun, yeah.
Well, the French were there was a lot of
Gatling
the French
is American,
sided with with the Nazis. They sided with them because they were like, we want what you did in Germany, man. That's why he was able to go into what's called the Sudetenland. It's been carved up politically so many times since then that we can't name one, real country that actually existed at the time. But in the Sudetenland, Austria and those places, they welcomed him. They said, hell yeah, come on in. The French weren't so much defeated as it was that most of their military, a great portion of their military, stood down.
Yeah, and that was a great instigation at World War One. Franz Ferdinand, that duke that was killed, that was the initial move of our royal. Only they already dethroned the Tsars in Rusland. That was a family they killed. And it stated that Anastasia survived. Nobody has ever seen a Romanov since.
Well, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, that was in 1914. The Romanovs were that was a few years later that the Russian Revolution took place.
Yeah, but the white lilies against the red roses, it's the same war continuously. Yeah. It's the blood against the white clean ones, as they say. But yeah, whose hands are clean?
Well, it was the entire communist revolution was funded out of Brooklyn, New York. I mean, these guys were sent there by J.P. Morgan and the Rockefellers.
Bolshevik Revolution?
Yeah.
The Bolshevik Revolution?
French Revolution also instigated with money.
It was definitely funded by the West, by the Jewish bankers, and I mean, like, here's the thing, like in Germany, you'll get arrested and put in jail for questioning World War One or World War Two, I mean, and the Holocaust and all this kind of stuff. And these things has to be talked about. This is recent human history that we have a lot of document. What's that?
Sorry. As I know, 12 countries in Europe have it as a law. The Dutch also. You can't talk about the Holocaust at all. Not even if you can produce scripture and books and anything. You cannot discuss it.
So
immediately you're a Zionist. You're this.
If something's true, why do you have to protect it with law? You see, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, if these people are truly insane, like Ernst Zundel, David Irving, these people, Eustace Mullins, right? I mean, these people talked about this kind of stuff, and Anne Frank's diary. We all had to read it going to high school, and later on, you find out it's a hoax. Like the guy who wrote it with a ballpoint pen that wasn't even invented at that. At that time,
NASA,
and these things can be known.
And
these things can be known.
Gas
through,
chambers,
like, forensic science.
Gas chambers with no gaskets.
I mean, that's the thing. That's that's a big one. Like at Auschwitz, with these rooms are not even a Jewish guy by the name of Lecter. He wrote a Lecter report, and he worked for the government in the U.S. government, and he designed gas chambers. He knows how they work. And then he went there. He's a Jewish guy, and he wrote a whole report about it.
Correspondent with a camera, the first correspondent of the war with a camera. You're correct, sir. Yeah.
Well, the first Allied unit to discover one of these camps was U.S. Army Psychological Warfare Division, and they just happened to be traveling with a Hollywood camera crew and director. So you should be able to question these things, and if something doesn't make sense, then that needs to be called out too. And so if you have to protect, and this is what I'm saying, it's just like with flat earth. If the Congress, the powers that be, openly go and solicit social media companies to censor any discussion about the flat earth, then you know that there's a problem. Why would you have to censor that?
Well, we had a decent agreement between
Hitchcock,
also,
who Wasn't that Hitchcock who was sent to these camps initially to film them, or was it not
I
Hitchcock?
don't. I'm trying to remember if it was
That
Hitchcock
Hollywood
or if it
director that you're
was.
talking about.
I think they had Cecil DeMille. I think it was Cecil
Okay.
B. DeMille. It actually shows up. You know how the old directors, how they depict them in movies wearing the beret and the riding pants and shit.
Yeah, wasn't the mill from the
right?
vaudeville theater?
Dude, actually,
the dancing?
he actually gets caught, stepped into one of the frames of that footage that you see. There's a lot about that. You know, it's like if this was a death camp and not a work camp, right? Why, just like Manzanar, did they have a maternity ward? Why did they have a cantina? Why did they have their own script that the workers earned?
Soccer teams. They had soccer teams and band and all this kind of stuff.
Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying it was an ideal place or anything like that, but I'm saying that it was a far cry from what they've described it as. Now,
absolutely. I mean, that needs to be addressed. I mean, like, didn't we have concentration camps in America?
Yes,
also?
we did.
You know, they round up the Japanese and the Italians and the Chinese. You know,
and in the 50s, the communists.
Now, here's the thing:
communist razzias they had in the 50s, they also had those concentration camps for everybody that was a red one, a commie.
When we went to war. We were now at war with Japan, Italy, and Germany. Okay. Now, there were a way greater number of German Americans and Italian Americans in the United States than there were of Japanese Americans. But they interned the Japanese Americans because, hey, they're easy to spot, right? I mean, I think that was the kind of thinking along that. But they drummed up, just like with 9/11, such an anti-Japanese hatred amongst the American people that they had to dispatch the National Guard to the tidal basin in DC to protect the cherry blossom trees because those were a gift from Japan. And people were going there and trying to rip them out of the ground.
Chop them down, yeah.
People was pissed off.
Japanese Americans were allowed to fight World War II later on, and they were sent to Italy, and they had one of the most devastating losses, like in a battalion. Like it was like more than 75% of them died, like, you know, attacking these Russian forts, you know, that were like on top of the hill. They were like machine gunned. You know, they had to like run up the hill, try to get these guys, you know, and they were
get them to run out
death.
of ammo. That's the same thing that the Union Army did with all the Irish.
The Chinese Dr. Dead, Natimoto, with Section 33, with all the gases on the fortresses in World War II.
What's this?
In World War II, there was this Japanese doctor, Japamoto, he was called, and he created all these mustard gases and toxic chloride gases, like in World War I, to bombard those Russian high fortresses. And that was called Section 33, I think, because it was in the northern part of China.
Okay,
in the mountain
Unit
area.
731, I think. Unit
Yes,
731.
correct. Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's the one I mean.
I know the number 33 likes to be used a lot, but let's keep the Illuminati stuff.
731.
Unless they come up naturally.
They did the same thing with those troops as they did with the Irish troops in the Civil War. You see, they made them all these grandiose promises. You know, serve in our army for a year or 18 months, and you get this, that, and the other when you get out, right? Well, like at the Battle of Fredericksburg, here you had the Confederates were firmly entrenched behind a stone wall. And so their strategy was to get the Confederates to run out of ammunition by sending in wave after wave of Irish soldiers across that open field.
My God.
Yeah.
The Gallies, yeah.
Once it was done, there was a guy on the Confederate side. He threw up a flag of truce and the firing stopped. He was an Irish guy that was fighting on the Confederate side. And his name was Sergeant Kilpatrick. And he's now known as the Angel of Mary's Heights because they stopped the battle and he went out with canteens of water to give to the wounded, even though they were the enemy. But there they were laying there dying, and he was helping them, rendering aid to them what he could do. And then they got back over the wall and started fighting again, and it was wave after wave. They did the same thing at Antietam Creek at a place called Burnside Bridge. They just sent wave after wave of Irish soldiers across there to be decimated. And the whole strategy was like, we can hide behind them and they'll use up their ammo.
Yeah, and the whole historic fact of Sir
they're just
Kirkpatrick.
Irish anyway. Who cares? I mean, that type of thinking was prevalent.
Well, they're still in your culture. The paddy wagon. Most Irish became cops, and a cop wagon is called a paddy wagon in some regions of America. And a paddy is a nickname for an Irishman.
Right. They load up a bunch of them. Well, because they're notorious for getting drunk and fighting. See?
Well, for Kirkpatrick, you named him, the officer. That's loosely the base for the two movies, Boondock Saints.
Huh.
They go against the mafia and the bad guys, and they are an army of one, the old guy, and then the two sons.
Right?
Yeah, it's the two sons. Yeah. And then they find their father. He's locked away since 35 years. They haven't met him. Yeah, they learned how to pray. That was it. Yeah, it's a great movie with the toilet scene and all.
Yeah, this tactic of just sending bodies after bodies, they used it in Russia and China, in North Korea as well. During the Korean War, the North Koreans were just sent in waves, to South Korea. South Korea was almost completely taken over by North Korea. Only the bottom corner of Busan was left, just hanging there, just trying to hold off. And I think it was MacArthur. That's the guy's name, the general. They took they did a cavalier maneuver. They took some of their troops on ships, and they went to Incheon, and they cut off the line, and they were able to reclaim South Korea back. And where the zone is, I forget the exact name, but that's where a lot of the battles happened. They were just fighting over hills
the DMZ
for years. Yeah,
the passing
my dad narrowly missed being sent there.
Korean War.
Yeah. He graduated in 1951. He had just come back from taking his physical for the draft. Right, he'd just come back because his number came up. And he'd just gotten back from Fort Wayne in Detroit, where they gave the physicals at. And in the mail was his acceptance to an apprenticeship at Fisher Body, which made him skilled trades, thereby exempt from the draft. So skilled trade was
also on the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Yeah, those two cities in Japan. 6 days before that, Japan officially capitulated to the Americas. They surrendered themselves, and then they they needed that how shall I call it, instigator to fix the public opinion, and that became Pearl Harbor. It's very crude to say it, but it's the truth. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, Pearl Harbor, though, I don't know what you know about it, but as far as I'm concerned, the Americans already knew that Pearl Harbor was going to happen. They
ordered it themselves.
We've been playing. The United States had been playing all through 1941, right? In late 1940, the United States had been playing a game of "I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you." Up to and including sending over mercenaries to fight with the Chinese. We had American pilots fighting as mercenaries for the Chinese against the Japanese. The Flying Tigers. They flew P-40 Warhawks. It was
down in Kunming.
So it was headed up by a famous aviator by the name of Pappy Boynton. And later he was deployed to the Pacific with a squadron of F-4U Corsairs, and they gained quite a bit of notoriety in that fly it in the air.
And
They did a series about it in the 70s called Baba Black Sheep, because it was called the Black Sheep Squadron, because they were all former mercenaries, kind of undisciplined types of guys, right? And so they were called the Black Sheep Squadron. And guy that played Pappy was what was his name? Robert Conrad. Little short guy in reality, real cocky acting dude. But that was a great show, you know, that
the first
showed some of
ninja.
that history. But yeah, we've been playing poke the bear with these guys for, you know, with Japan. We put an embargo on them. We stopped selling them scrap iron. We embargoed their oil and shit. And then we moved our base. We moved our 7th Fleet to Pearl Harbor.
There are legends in Japan that some shoguns were white.
It was looked at like they're getting ready to stage an attack. They moved. Why would they leave their entire West Coast vulnerable in lieu of moving their fleet closer to Japan? Why would they do that, right? So that was a preemptive strike. The United States knew the strike was going to happen. They wanted the strike to happen so that we could get involvement into the war. See, Churchill was nagging. We were already doing a Lend-Lease program with weaponry. And we, too, had mercenaries fighting the Germans for England. So they brought that out in the movie Pearl Harbor. I think it was Ben Affleck got sent over there. He was working, flying.
Tora, come on.
So...
Oh God!
We'd been
what a
poking
horrible
the bear
movie
on
that
it, but
was.
then when you get down to it, we like to come in, and this is what pisses off everybody else. They'd already been fighting for several years prior to the United States' involvement in both world wars, and here we come in toward the ends of it and claim like, we won the war, and it's like, motherfucker, you know, it wasn't our dropping bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima that was actually caused the surrender of the Japanese. It was the fact that the Russians had recaptured a lot of major territory. And in fact, where
they
was
were
it?
Marching for Hong Kong.
Kamchatka, I think, or I don't remember where the place was. But anyway, it was that is what weakened them and was limiting now their resources. So they had no choice but to surrender. As far as the 2 atomic bombs, we had been firebombing the shit 24/7 around the clock, both of those cities. They were already devastated before any so-called atomic bomb was exploded.
The city centers at most, because the factories, the Chinese and Japanese were smart. They put the factories at the city centers because they thought an honorable enemy would not bomb a city.
Well, we lost all honor. They lost. The Allies lost all honor when they started bombing Dresden.
I mean, Dresden. That's another like big example in history that they don't like to teach you about. You know, of all these refugees coming in there, there's like 300,000 people. It like swelled up. Like 3-4 times the size is normal size, and they thought, the Allies would never bomb this city because it's an ancient city. It's got a lot of old buildings, artifacts, art, sculptures. Nope, they just firebombed the place to hell.
Same with the Allied bombing Rotterdam. It was a mistake. We thought it was Berlin. Really? Just on the other side of the sea, you think it's Berlin?
My Aunt Frida was at Dresden and told me some eyewitness accounts. She said she saw people getting sucked up off the ground and pulled into buildings because of the oxygen intake from those fires was so intense. It was actually like sucking people into the buildings and burning them up. The roads were melting. I mean, it was one of the most horrific things ever. People just bursting.
I think something like that happened in Nagasaki also, and Hiroshima. I mean, not that I believe in nuclear weapons, and they claim that they dropped nuclear weapons there, but I think they were just firebombed.
It was, it was
correct. Yes, and the problem with a firebomb is you have the explosion of the fire, and that creates a shock wave outside. Only at the center, you get a perfect silent eye of the storm. And what goes out in air pressure has to come back. So all the debris, that's those small particles, also come back, and that's what kills the most people, because it first flattens you, and by the time you get back up 2-3 seconds later, that
You
debris
know,
comes back into the center.
they tried a thing in World War II where they took bats and hooked incendiary devices to them and then released them out of bombers so that they would
Um,
go down and roost into the rooftops and shit and steeples of all these churches. And then after a certain amount of time, the timer would go off and the incendiary device would set the fire.
Wow, the
and that's the
homing
beauty of it.
devices
That's the
back in the
beauty of it,
day.
Sovereign. A couple of years back, they claimed Russians were training dolphins for sea mines.
Oh, they said we were doing that too. You
I
know,
I immediately posted to CNN that day. I'm sorry, but DARPA trained them 5 years back. They had the same program at DARPA.
just
And
shows
now
how
the
little
Russian,
we give a shit about our fellow creatures on this, much less each other. You know, we don't care about our fellow creatures. We don't care about the other animals and things like that. We don't realize, oh, they're just animals. You know, that's the way we look at it. It's just sick. But as far as that
Yeah.
nuclear hoax is concerned, I mean, for crying out loud, don't you think that after this many years of the existence of that type of a bomb, that somebody, Israel, would have used it by now? They would
that
have used at
also,
least a small one.
that also, but we had Chernobyl. There is a nuclear explosion has been there in England in 1973 or so. Nobody talked about it. No papers. There are papers on it. There are online, of course. You had 3 Mile Island in the U.S. and
Yeah.
another failure at a central. I think it was Michigan or one of the northern states that they had to close down that one. He was almost on
I
the Chicago
remember,
fault line.
I can remember 3 Mile Island. And then, of
Mhm,
course, everybody was tripping balls about Fukushima. And that's
mhm.
been since 2011.
Mhm.
We've seen no effects, nothing happening as a result of that at all.
As long as they can instigate it.
These places where they've tested these nuclear bombs at, well, there's people living there. There's not all destroyed from radiation and shit. I've been to Trinity, New Mexico. I'm fine. You know, it's a good way to keep you in fear. You know, just like if you can fear giant
Yeah.
rocks coming from space, or they're going to turn you, vaporize you with a mushroom cloud and all this other horse shit.
Yep.
Listen, I ain't
Well, the
buying it.
sky
It
bombing was a
keeps
nice
the
excuse.
nuclear hoax, it keeps the nuclear hoax up. You got to be reminded every once in a while of the
Yeah.
potentiality of a China event.
Yes, or Russia. Now they're gonna rattle sabers. They got everybody scared. Oh, this could go nuclear with Russia. No, it won't. No, it won't.
No,
Yeah, Alex Jones was saying that shit when Ukraine stuff was going on. I remember hearing Alex Jones say all this
Alex Jones.
crazy
well,
fear
Alex
porn
Jones is
stuff.
correct 75% of the time.
He's a clown.
He is a
Alex
clown.
Jones is
Yeah,
a
talking
total
about
clown.
nukes.
Although
He's
he
just
has
controlled
brought
up.
some
I
stories
mean,
that had
it's got to
some
be clear.
truth in it.
I watched the
I mean,
thing
that's
the other
how they
day.
have to do it, though.
They what now?
And
They have to mix truth. They have to mix the truth with the lies. But
Oh
like,
yeah,
you have people like Alex Jones who's up there, or Tucker Carlson, or Cooper. It doesn't matter. Like, if they're
right.
on TV and they have a big platform, most likely they're controlled. And
Exactly.
Alex
They have
Jones
to be, or they
has
wouldn't.
proven
If they
himself.
weren't, they
Oh,
wouldn't
for
be there
sure.
now, Chiquita. They wouldn't be there if they weren't controlled.
And that's
You can bet
Tucker's biggest win. He's out of his contract, so he can do what he wants.
that's sort
And
of
he,
like
and he told already everything tonight live.
yeah, he's going to be on Twitter. He's doing his thing on Twitter now.
We facilitate.
But here's what gets me, right? Like everybody, oh, Elon Musk, he's all for us. He's a freedom speaker and all this other fucking
Yeah,
shit,
right.
right? It's like, oh, you mean that guy that wanted you to believe that he put a fucking sports car in orbit?
Yeah,
Or, you know,
right.
he's getting all this-
Illuminati likes that guy.
It's like,
Yep.
come on.
Me
I'm
too.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Illuminati's still backstage.
That was just I wanted to make a comment. It was funny seeing all the comments there to the side. But yeah, exactly like you were saying, Sovereign, the fucking putting a car in space, that Tesla thing, that footage is the dumbest. It really doesn't take too much to see that that's nonsense, that car in space.
The fucking tires would have exploded.
Everything would have exploded.
I mean, just you got to think about that. Now you've got this. You've already got pressurized air, so it's way higher than 14.7 psi, right? You got like 45 pounds per square inch inside that tire, and it's out there against the vacuum of space. I don't give a fuck how much kind of white walls you have on that son of a bitch. It's gonna blow up, man. That's all there is to it. It's not gonna hold that air.
And to that, the Tesla car, I stated it on this show before, and others in Anonymous know about that page that was there in 1992, 1993. It was called an open page for an electric conductive vehicle. And all kinds of people all over the world that were on the forums and the fan chats and 4chans. There was no structure on the internet yet. There was no YouTube, no Facebook. You had ICQ, IRL, IRQ, and your mail, and that was it. Or Amazon. Amazon was 98. Yeah, correct. Thank you. And we worked together, children of 12, professors from other countries, universities, and we had a complete concept almost on that page together with a dynamo in the wheel for the electricity, exactly like Tesla. And within 2 days, everything disappeared on all servers, all backups disappeared. And 5 years later, Elon comes out with his electric car. Yeah, fuck him.
Well, I'm as far as the actual Nikola Tesla. Now, I think he was actually using some of the old world technology. Maybe claiming that he came up with it himself or whatever. I'm not discounting the fact that
the more east you go, the Russian scientists have some completely different calculations for some problems in the West.
Right.
And it's not discussed.
So as I was trying to get out is the idea that I think there again, like we were talking gatekeepers. I think that the Tesla road is another gatekeeper road because I can't see the guy coming on to the idea and realizing that we're on a huge battery, but then still thinking the earth was a globe. No, sorry. Just doesn't cut it.
I thought he was a flat earther.
No.
Isn't he for the second time doing his space hotel fallacy? Last time they paid 100 million in total, and now
I thought you
400
were talking
million
about
in total.
Nikola Tesla.
I was talking about Nikola Tesla.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was talking about Elon with his rockets.
No, that one right there. Now that cracks me up right there. The fact that just the idea that without any real control surfaces, just by merely turning little jets in the bottom of the fucking rocket ship, that you're going to be able to take an object shaped like that and actually control, land it down on the ground. I mean, just if you want to realize how fucking silly that is, just take a pen and hold it on your finger, balance it up, standing up on your finger, and try to set it down like that on the fucking. You've got complete control of all the vectors right there. You'll see the problems you run into. As soon as that thing starts to get like that, past that fucking center of gravity, it's all done. It's over.
Yeah, it's done. But like Elon Musk, like Werner von Braun wrote a book called Mission to Mars, I believe. Yeah. And the whole idea, like the main character, the main protagonist, his name was Elon. So that's kind of a coincidental thing.
He leads a revolt. He leads a revolt of the citizens on Mars. This Elon character in that book. I know the one you're talking about. And the rocket ship on the cover of the paperback book looks exactly like the one that fucking Elon is trying to set out. I have a picture.
Wasn't there a sci-fi movie on it 3 years back or 5 years back? The Red Planet? With that man that travels to Mars?
Potatoes in the poop?
I think they filmed it. I remember it.
Is that the one where with
Yes.
Matt Damon where they was growing potatoes with poop?
No. That's the Mars mission. This one is a guy in the 1940s, around that age of that time, and then he gets transported magically to Mars, and he meets a green Martian Bargoon, and he speaks another language, and then he eats a piece of fruit from the Martian, and then he understands him, and he becomes the rescuer of the Martian people. Same as in Dune with the free man. It's always the same story.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of this guy named Andrew Basiago?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He claimed that he was a son of a CIA agent, and then he had time traveled, and he had time traveled back to the Gettysburg address,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and then there's supposedly a photograph of him, and
3
then
photographs.
what else? Oh, he went to Mars as well. He
Mhm.
actually went to Mars and met dinosaur type of creatures over there.
Have you
Well,
have you checked out the Nos Confunden concept of the way the Earth plane is? Nos Confundum, it actually literally means they confuse us. All right. But in this, outside of, you're familiar with how the Earth pond looks, right? You've got your continents and everything in it. But this has other ponds with other continents and shit in it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
One is called Mars. Another one is called, Arcturus.
Venus.
Venus.
Yeah.
All these different lands. These different worlds within the flat plane.
Okay.
all those space abilities.
Something like that could be happening.
Well, go ahead, you guys. I'll be right done.
As they stated, all those space abilities in your mental mind constructs, and those bubbles were given those names from the what they knew as the gods, or otherwise the months of the calendar. So they could name that construct, and next time say that construct was that concept, and now we think this construct, and how do they compare to each other, and can we construct them a theory of everything, or a multi-string theory, or a multiverse theory, or a simulation theory? Yeah.
Marty, you're Mandela affected, yeah?
In some effects I am, and in other effects I cannot find any.
No, I mean we can never be 100% overlapping, but I mean you believe in the Mandela effect, and
I
you
have
know
my own
that there are.
experiences that I can state that it happened to me. Simply a Looney Tunes changed. It used to be Looney Tune, and I have a hat for the winter,
Like cartoons.
and I took it out of the closet and I looked at it, and tunes, huh?
And it became like
No.
tunes, like
and it's
frequency
a
tunes,
Tasmanian devil hat, so that doesn't change, I thought.
Okay, so so you are Mandela affected. Like, do you think that? I mean, it's not like you think that there's some kind of an AI that's going around the internet and changing like digital stuff. I mean, there are actual physical changes that are happening in this realm.
For sure. When the new programming around 2008, when you could fix the movies with, you could sit behind the camera and act like another person. I do not get
Like
the correct word.
Stuff?
Yeah, that was from that time, because at that time it was called face recognition. And what deepfake does is it places a grid on your face, and if you have enough moving images or photos of another person, those grid images, like in a video game, those green suited guys with those balls, they are kicking and punching everywhere for the most fluid. You know those suits for video games they use with the cameras?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's the
They're
same
very expensive.
idea,
They're like
only then on your
$10,000.
face, and it takes 9 or 12 points on your face, your eyebrows, your nose, your corners of your mouth, your top of your lip, and if you talk, then if your computer is fast enough, it can translate to it looks real. And
Yeah.
yeah, a couple of years back, I thought it was a James Blunt song. They made it look like it was from 1978, so James Blunt must be 69 now. How can he look like 25? And it was a big spoof, and it was, yeah, there was a low. Just
So
checking, and many
so
people
okay.
still believe that is the original clip, that 65-year-old made clip with
Right.
sepia
And
color and
they Yeah, and no one's the wiser because that's the thing. Like they can come up with all these tactics to conflate the issue even further. So like we know as Mandela affected people know there are supernatural changes that are happening, you know, and things are changing right in front of you, like the Bible and other stuff. But I think with this technology, with like deepfake and being able to like insert like kind of like the Tom Hanks and Forrest Gump type of thing, like
mhm.
they just put him in there with these old footages of JFK or Nixon and these old TV shows, and people look at it, oh, that looks pretty real, but they can do it even better now, and with very uh, lower technology, like with just a decent computer, they're
Yeah,
able to
if
do
you
it.
got a
So there's a
graphic
lot.
card that yeah, can take it, a decent graphic card, or sometimes two on one motherboard, then you get a big processor power and latency for that sort of things. But the computers nowadays, they can do, mm, yeah, funny things. A normal home PC with a 2 gig processor and a, well,
Yeah,
180 HD card in it, you can get a, yeah, a whole whole end on the way.
I don't know. I don't know or care about those technicality type things. I don't know how my computer actually functions. I just know how to use it, kind of deal, right?
Yeah, that's the IT crowd series, huh? Put it on, put it off. Thank
Yeah, yeah, I
you.
mean, that's how I am anymore too. It's like, and with a lot of this technology that I see that comes out, and it's like, okay, where the fuck did they really get that? Where did
Mm.
they really get that from?
It's a big
I'm not
radio.
going to buy the idea that somebody spent countless fucking lifetime in a laboratory. I think this shit is given piecemeal and then introduced to, hey, look, and then they're able to go from there with it. Because a lot of this shit, I mean, we're dealing with a species of people that don't really have much common sense to begin
Yeah,
with,
all those
you
claimed
know?
10,000 volts and amperes they claim to make with the turbines and electricity at the moment, the steam turbine and the water turbine and the diesel turbine. And it costs a lot of money to get your energy now. What if it only is 12 volt what we use, not 220 volt? It's AC
What if
DC.
they're just making you think that
AC
they
DC,
produce
sir.
this? They make you think that you're producing this shit. They're actually harvesting it out of the atmosphere and then selling it to you.
They measure the turning of the disk in your house, not the electricity. You do not use electricity. It's a closed circuit. It goes through and back and through and back. And the light you see is the heat dissipation of a piece of wire inside an almost vacuum. And Russians made a lamp in the late 1800s, and some fire stations in America still have it from the World Fair then, and they still burn because all the air has been taken out in a vacuum, produced in a vacuum chamber, and then I thought boron gas was put in, and they do not burn out because there's no
Mm.
oxygen in the glass for the lamp.
Mhm.
And I think the longest one burned 112 years, one light bulb.
Yeah, isn't there some fire station in America where
Correct.
they're
Yeah, yeah.
still using the same light bulb? Yeah, yeah,
Don't know if it still burns because story from 10, 12 years back already.
right, yeah. But it was already burning for like 100 years at that point.
Yep.
So
And yes, fire stations were normally manned. Nowadays, it's mostly volunteer firemen. at least here in Europe. So yay.
That fucking Tommy guy was still backstage thinking he was going to come up and shit. And I looked over, private chat was just blowed up. It's just blowed up. And I'm like, who the fuck is over in there? And it was him. And I was like, why are you still here? You're not coming on the show. So I just kicked him. There, he's back again. No, Tommy, you're not coming on the show, Tommy. You're really not. All right, you know what? I'm going to let him come up, let him say his piece. As soon as he starts acting like a cockbag, he's gone. All right, here we go. He's very persistent. He must have something important to say.
Very persistent.
What's up, bro?
I live by the words we didn't choose the definitions to solve. I never threatened your life. I haven't threatened anybody's life.
Dude, you literally said, and I have the fucking screenshot and the clip of it. Okay,
let's watch it.
You
then
literally said. All right.
If you're saying I threatened your life on the basis of you admitting the globe, I'm calling you no.
No, you said you were going to have my channel shut down and do everything you possibly could. I have the screenshot of it.
No, I did sit here and act like I was going to report. I said I would report your channel, and I still never did.
All right.
But that's not the same.
And I also do not have to prove anything to you, Tommy. You realize that, right?
Prove. Well, you're muting me.
Well, because you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Well, you wouldn't take the answer that you want.
You didn't give an answer.
I said I was going to report your channel, and I still didn't.
Well, it
but
doesn't
that
matter.
was in the you have to remember that situation where you and Stavely were Stavely were being quite the cult leaders.
No.
And whenever I came in here anonymous, it was so I didn't show up on your thumbnail to invite our common enemy in here.
Well, I'm not worried about that because I have
good because I'm not going to help you against him. I've actually done a good job of thwarting him myself.
I don't need your help on that front.
I didn't say you needed my help. I just recognized you were fatigued with him, as a lot of us are.
No. See, because I had a choice. All I had to do is just not engage with him. Now, see how easy that was? No.
Right, and it's through Yurt that I realized you could have just blocked me from even being able to get in your backstage, and I used that against a lot of hate.
You're absolutely right. Now, whether you actually went through with the threat or not,
I'd be a hypocrite if I did.
Wait a second. The fact that you made it, and over such a frivolously stupid reason,
the same reason you're lying about me, though.
I haven't lied or anything. You have threatened people.
Listen, what you're trying to say is it was petty. It was petty because I answer petty with petty.
You said you were going to kill people, and it was
no. I never said I was going to kill people.
You did.
Well, then I'd have to see this clip, and you'd have to be open to maybe looking silly.
You don't remember what you put in chat. You don't remember things that you say.
I remember things when they're as vital as that, because there's only two people I've ever threatened the well-being of. That was Paul and Snafu. And it still stands if they do the conditions.
Why would you threaten anyone's well-being?
Because they were talking like they were going to come to Denver and do me harm.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. You got completely bent out of shape because
you've never gotten bent out of shape. Over shape debates, mind you.
You got completely bent
out. Is it not appropriate to be out of shape in a shape debate? I think that's the best time. It's
not
get
like,
it? Do you get it?
Not like you. Not in that respect. Okay.
Well, no one's like me.
Well, thank God for that.
Me, I say that too. I thank him every day.
So
we're all special snowflakes.
The reality of it is, though, is that anybody that would get that fucking bent out of shape and that angry because I don't buy into the globe nonsense.
I never got mad at any platter for not buying into globe. I understand you can never accept globe.
And then
I know that. Why would I get mad about it?
Well, and then you got mad because we laughed at the fact that you came to the argument with the sorry ass Aristophanes, which has
yet to be disproven. That's still legit.
Has been shown to be utter nonsense.
See, now you're refreshing my memory of things that I didn't bother filing. But you're the one that's mad about that because that's just something. I'm not telling you got to believe in a shape, but I'm telling you two things. You cannot tell me why I have feelings or why I did things when I'm right here to tell you. And I never would have been out of shape over a shape debate. You seem to get angry because I'm just saying the shadow thing, it's legit and not disproven.
Yes, it is disproven. I disproved it with a local light source and straight fucking thing sticking up.
You never did anything right in front of us as that. The way he did it on camera on the video we watched, you didn't do that.
Well, no, I don't have to bend anything to do that.
Oh, so to disprove something you didn't disprove, you don't have to do it.
Well, here, I can show you a real...
That's science. Like, science is showing you can do it.
Dude,
Sir, I know. If I may interrupt you, if you want to speak on science, you talk about a ball, about a globe, never about a sphere. That is the scientific term. Back to your calculation.
Oh, you might have me there, but whenever I say globe, I know we all understand what I'm saying.
You cannot calculate a globe. It has no formula in math. Sorry.
What do you mean?
A sphere has a calculation in math. A globe has none.
Well, okay, we are on...
You can alliterate it, I get it.
But here's what you're going to do. You're going to ask me to cite numbers that I can't pull out of my head like your host does. That's not my issue. But before you get mad at me, sir, I want to tell you why that light bulb's still burning today, because that's also my major.
There you go, buddy.
In my institutional... Yeah, that's just a picture, dude. That's not...
Do you understand? Well, if I did the same thing right now on a camera, it would still only be a fucking picture because you're not here. Right?
You're talking about AI and AI photos, and I could make that with Photoshop myself.
You wouldn't have to go through the trouble of making it with Photoshop. All you would have to do is...
You remind me of when Austin in your chat, that veteran dude, Austin, he said he'd give me $1,000 if I could show him one picture that proves space. And I said, when has a Discworlder ever been proven by a picture? And like now, you're trying to show me a picture when I already showed you the video of that guy doing the thing that you can't contradict.
Tommy, how old are you now?
I think you're going down some fallacy. You're going down some fallacy avenues.
No, I'm not going down any fallacy avenues.
Well, you never asked a lady her age.
Okay. I'm assuming that you're old enough to have had life experience enough to realize how shadows and light work, right? And so
I also think you're old enough to know no one can control the light that is the sun.
Stop. As you can see, as demonstrated in this photograph.
That's not a demonstration. It's a picture.
It's an observation.
Okay.
In a concrete photograph.
So as can be observed in this photograph.
In a picture that someone could have photoshopped.
Okay. Well, you can, you know, anybody with any fucking common sense that is...
Okay, is that circle that we're looking at, is that the light source?
Yes.
That could be an oval, sir.
Okay. You can't make the light source directly over top of those to get the circle of light and make the shadows that way.
Yes.
Boom! Those headshot, boys! I'm in your house with that truth.
Okay. Maybe those measurements are at hand. You can measure the lamp, you can measure the table, you can measure the battery.
No, to put a light over top of those, what are those, shell casings?
They're cans.
Okay, to put a light over something over top of it, to make the light make a circle around it, it must be above it, like symmetrically above it.
Well,
so you wouldn't even get shadows if that's the light source.
Hold on. As you can see, we're not dealing with a perfect circle. So this is indicating that the light
dealing with a perfect anything
is not directly above it. Now,
and that's why open discussion is so important.
So as I move that light source, say to the left, what will happen to those shadows? They'll become longer, won't they?
Those aren't shadows. That's a Photoshop.
Okay. Well, that's Photoshopped. Okay.
When I asked if that was the light source that's making the circle, you said yes. And I don't know if you know, but if we set it up like that, that's wrong. Imagine believing pictures. Just like that'd be like a globey to believe pictures.
Do you have a light on the ceiling of your room that you're in right now? Is there a light in the
You
ceiling?
want me to grab a flashlight and show you?
No, so sovereign means
I don't
this
care
is
what you
as
do,
an
to tell you the
is
truth,
meant as
but
an
Well, I
you're-
care what you do to prove your point in this, because that picture ain't cutting it.
Okay,
no,
well,
it's
for
meant
you,
as an
it's not.
illustration to a point when
For
the
your-
sun
for
goes
you, it's not.
overhead at noon, then your
The
shadow
sun will
is
never go overhead and make a circle of light down on the planet.
and then you have to recalculate every clock in the world because every noon time.
Oh yeah, time zones. That's a globe thing.
Yeah, so at 12 o'clock noon, the sun is over your head. And your
Exactly.
shadow is
Zone,
below.
hey,
Exactly.
Tommy,
And that's what
time
is
zones
illustrated.
don't
Sorry.
really exist.
No, this
Time
man's proving
zones-
my point.
Time zones do not really exist.
They do in his concept of high noon is
No.
when the sun's directly
No.
overhead.
That-
He's right.
yes,
that's
that's
true.
right.
So we had a
That's right.
conceptual
Only-
difference.
Okay,
Okay,
Martin,
that
Martin,
could be.
I got this. So here's the problem you have. If
But once again,
shut up
you
a
got this.
second
But
and
hold on.
listen,
Before you
shut
guys
up.
kick me out,
I'm
do you
going
want to
to
know
kick
how the
you.
light bulb's still burning?
I don't.
that
How is the
Wolfram or
light bulb still
tungsten?
burning, Tommy? I don't know what the fuck that has to do with any goddamn thing at all. But go ahead. You've been really.
It
on
has
about
to
this
do
light
with
bulb.
respecting the conversation you men were having.
Well,
you
that
know
would be
respect?
great. Now, if you could have enough respect to keep your fucking pie hole shut long enough to let somebody finish a thought, that would be
Well,
fabulous.
If I prove the light bulb thing, you might give me more validity on this globe thing
You're
and
not
the sun
going
thing.
to prove anything because anybody can tell and do this, and they've seen it in their own fucking life. That as
Now you
the
did
sun-
agree. We do agree. You got me because I came in here saying I know I'm not going to prove to you guys it's a globe, but you just said, yeah, we're not going to prove anything.
You're not,
But I
you
do know why
can't-
that light
you
bulb's still
can't
burning. The one
prove-
Thomas Edison made is still burning,
that has nothing to do with anything at all.
except for showing I science and God. I God and science. You're not going to find a lot of guys like me because I believe that God is God and science is proof of how things work.
Turning nouns into verbs?
Because it's just a little spiel to be interesting.
It's not.
Like
It
when
shows
Paul
ignorance.
says do information, I kind of rip that off.
Yeah, it sounds dumb.
I science and I God, but I'm
Okay.
not God.
So if you scienced, you would realize that you would get the same results that your guy Carl Sagan showed on a
He
flat earth.
sciences, but he doesn't God. How about that? Carl Sagan sciences and
So,
doesn't
all
God.
right,
I
Tommy,
God
we're-
and
Tommy,
science, and I'm
Tommy,
saying
Tommy, I'm
we're
gonna-
both me and
we're
Carl
gonna-
are
we're
right
gonna
about
say-
this.
We're gonna say goodbye, because you
No
cannot,
light bulb.
you can't abide by the fucking rules. You cannot stop talking over me.
You can't abide by the rules of
Okay.
honor and
So
integrity.
you're gone forever now. That is absolutely your last time because I have banned you from the studio. I didn't just kick you, I've banned you. So as I was trying to explain, a local light source, if we move the light that's over top, which we can tell is at an angle about like this to the cans, if we moved it further to the left, those shadows would become longer, right? And
Yeah.
as we move it
Yeah.
up
So
over top of it, then
Yeah.
we're going to end up with whatever one it's over directly won't have a shadow,
yeah.
but only if it's
Can
directly
I-
over it.
Yeah. If I may just jump in real quick, because I mean, these conversations that we're having are important in terms of learning about ourselves and what about other people. Like what is it that that we're trying to do here at all, anywhere you go, right? What are you talking about? Like, what do you want? Right? And some people, maybe they just want attention, they just want people to listen to them. Maybe they're frustrated because they've been rejected. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist.
Probably is.
But
if he was
but
mine,
also at the
if he was
same
mine,
time-
if he was mine, I'd have drowned him when he was a pup. I'll tell you that now.
no, but that's the thing. That's the thing. I think I've one of the lessons that I feel that I have gotten being on the internet, especially talking with a lot of different personalities and a lot of different people coming from different regions, right? And thinking styles are very different. Culture is different. The thing is that ultimately, especially on the internet, I must have control over my emotions. If I allow anybody to control my emotions, either way, right? They can make you angry, then they have power over you. If they can make you feel sad, they have power over you. I mean, that doesn't mean you shouldn't feel sad or whatever, but if that's the thing in which that they're trying to make you feel in that particular way, then you must be able to control yourself in those situations. Other situations when it's genuine, right? Genuinely something happens and it makes you like sad, like something natural that happens. It's not that somebody's trying to control you with it. There's a difference. You guys understand what I mean here?
Yeah. Well, listen,
It's manipulation. It's manipulation of the
with
emotions.
that character there, I give him the benefit of the doubt merely because I know that meth is a hell of a fucking drug. It's a terrible thing. But one thing I cannot stand, and this is like 90% of the fights my wife and I have, is because we'll have a small disagreement about something, but then she starts interrupting me while I'm trying to make my point, and I fucking hate that. I cannot stand that. And then that's what the argument turns into, is about interrupting and shit. And it's like,
yeah.
And that motherfucker, I'm sitting there trying to explain the concept that I'm going, look, we don't actually have to physically do this, just like I did with Nick in the fucking perspective thing. Do I really have to demonstrate that to you? I mean, I've usually worked a lot of things out in my head,
It's not about the science, because if people don't want to see whatever, if we say there's no curvature, but they see curvature, I mean, it's just like how they see it. No amount of like logic and reason tend to go into people's minds, but it's about like how we argue about this stuff. Like, what's another approach? Because we're like banging our head against the wall, we're banging. I'm trying to look for a door. And and if I find a door, I'm trying to figure out if it's locked or not. If it's open, great, we walk right in, right? But if I bash my head against the wall 10 times, I better fucking learn the 11th time. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to do it for 100 more times.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's the whole idea of meeting any personalities here.
Have you heard of the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink the water?
Well,
right. Yeah. I
mean, it's like this. I see some shit. It's like, that's like that M Ball guy said. He come on there and he says, on the comments, he says, oh, I would trust the multi-million-dollar aircraft and its display over a cheap compass. And it's like, oh, the compass is showing southwest, but the display says northwest. So the compass must be fucking broken. It was working all the way up till I got on this airplane, and now it seems to be malfunctioning. Now, which one's right? The actual real compass or the fucking display that can be manipulated, or you don't even know? It's just running a goddamn program. Right. It's not really a compass. It's a display. And that's
humans can rationalize horrendous shit.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah,
I mean that one you can rationalize fairly easily though, because it is easy to make a compass go out of whack. So, I mean, really though, like you would just bring several compasses and make sure, like you have a control or whatever that's not near any instruments. I don't know. I see your point.
Yeah, though. Yeah. I would, but I'll tell you, I would, especially when there's deceit involved. It's like the machine that goes bing. I don't know if any of you have ever watched Monty Python, but the Monty Python,
it's in the hospital scene, right?
Yeah.
With the pregnant women.
Yeah, and the whole thing is about we need more apparatus in here. We need more machines.
Yeah.
Bring
that's the machine that goes. That I brought that up in the chat. That's what that's what I said in the chat at the beginning. It's like the machine that goes bing reminds me of Monty Python, and nobody responded. I was like, maybe he's not referring to that.
I didn't see it. Otherwise, I would have. I would have gone, all right, he got it. Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. And he's like, you hear that?
Yeah.
Bing. That means your baby is still alive. And it's like, fuck.
And in the end, they just like leave her there. They just like everybody leaves, and she's just there by herself.
I mean, it's almost like the whole idea of you're hooked up to a BP monitor, or you're hooked up to the EKG, and the EKG breaks and goes, but that's what kills you, is because the fucking machine went dead. Like that's what was keeping. That's what was making my heart beat.
It's the other thing, you should be dead, and the machine goes that way. But it's.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my goodness! What a world! What a world, guys! This is a fucked up world that we're living in. It is a messed up world. Like, really think about it. Like how messed up it is, and people are crazy. Like really fucking crazy here. And I'm like, that no wonder I live in the woods alone, like away from everybody, because I'm fucking scared of people.
Yeah.
Seriously, man.
Yeah. I see, and some of the things that they go through, it's like, what? The equator, on the equinox at noon, the can's shadow would be directly down. Yes, you're absolutely right. If the sun was directly over the can, there would be no shadow. It would be underneath of the object. You're right, Emball. You're absolutely right. The sun, you'll never see the sun directly over top of you unless you are in between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. The only places you will ever see the sun directly over top of you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like it oscillates back and forth between these two lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter whether you're looking at a flat Earth map. It's the same on the globe or the flat Earth map. The tropics are still the tropics. I wanted to mention a second ago you were talking about I guess the nature of reality, how we decide what causes something. Recently I saw something in the news that the theoretical physicists are trying to prove retrocausality now. Like that something that you do now can affect the past. I thought that was interesting, seeing that's becoming a mainstream theoretical physics thing now.
Like typically speaking, like we experience time going from the past, present to the future in that linear order.
Linear, yeah.
Right. So like to think. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, unless you're on acid or something, then all bets are off.
Oh, I wanted to address M-Ball. M-Ball asked 3 months later, where will the shadow be? Well, if it's 3 months in the latter part of the year, then the shadow would be on the north side of the can. If it's during the previous 3 months, where it's up near the Tropic of Cancer, that will be a shadow casting south. So there you go.
Have you guys read this article called Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process? It's a CIA FOIL document. Have you guys ever heard it?
Maybe.
Did you get that picture I sent you
I
last
might.
night, T-Bird?
Yeah.
How old is that?
I think it was released back in 2005, something like that. But it was originally written in the 80s, and I think it's freely available on the internet. It's called Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process. It's based on Robert Monroe's work. I don't know how familiar you guys with Robert Monroe, Thomas Campbell. No, Robert Monroe was he was well known for like out of body experiences. Like he could get out of his body, he claimed, and he could go and go to something and take a look at it, remember it, and come back, and he was able to consistently give that same account and information as if he really was coming out of his body and going somewhere, and being able to observe those type of situations. So him and this guy he's a physicist. He graduated with like high honors from a well-known university. His name is Thomas Campbell. He's a physicist, complete like materialist guy, like complete, like doesn't care about the spiritual world at all. You got to prove it. So they team up like complete opposite dudes, and they created what is called the binaural beats. Binaural beats is a difference between one side of the brain and the other side of the brain, right? Because your brain produces waves, right? You have different states of consciousness, of alpha state, beta state, theta state, delta state. You know, there are different states. So they show you what you can be aware of, because if you're sleeping, you're at a different state. So you would consider yourself not conscious when you're sleeping, but you're still alive and you're still producing waves, right? Does it make sense? Okay. You have a limited ability to hear, right? So like the lowest audible sound is like 7 hertz, something like this, but below that you cannot hear anymore. Okay. Maybe so they're trying to create what is called 4 beats every 100, and basically on one end they have 104 beats, and on the other you have 100. So they cancel each other out, so you're left with 4 beats that is actually audible by the brain. And that is what the binaural beats are, is to get your brain to synchronize with that 4 hertz. And why? Because they put you in that state of consciousness that is often associated with people who are in deep meditation. Okay. It's like theta state. I don't know the exact name. I think it is the theta state. So anyway, so what's that?
So wait.
Delta, theta.
Yeah.
So
hey, speaking of delta and theta, I'm about to head out. There's very fascinating stuff to listen to. Good night, guys.
Good night.
It was good to see you again.
Bye.
Chiquita.
So I have to ask then.
Peace.
So they found different results than they would have found. Oh, I see what you're saying. So because that frequency is not otherwise perceptible through your ears, you can only produce it through psychoacoustics, through a virtual harmonic frequency between them. Okay. I was about to ask a stupid question, like why can't they just do 4 hertz? But you're saying, well, you can't hear that.
It's inaudible. Yeah,
but you should be able to feel it though, if the sensation
that's
your
what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening. You are picking something up that is not audible, because audible, like physically cannot pick it up. We don't have the instruments to pick it up, right? But when you have the sound, because sound creates waves, vibrations, and others creates vibration, and so like you have 104 and 100, those vibration, it's like the intercepting lines, like, you know, when with any kind of waves, when they intercept, and there are moments after every 100, 4 is left over. 4 is left over because all 100 just end up canceling each other out. The 4 that is left over, even though it's not audible, you can pick it up somehow. Your mind picks it up. It's still a wave that your brain can vibrate at, which if you come into that point, then you are vibrating at the same frequency, which brings you to different state of consciousness. It's a theory. Okay.
I don't think the example
I've heard of the theory of like, it's not necessarily like your brain that's actually vibrating, but it's actually something else. It's something external that's causing your vibrations. It's not necessarily like your physical brain itself.
Not the physical
it's
brain
actually
itself.
It's something from another ether coming in. Like they call it your crown chakra. Like when you meditate, like, you know, you can feel like the crown like coming in. If you like really do it really well, you feel kind of this like energy vortex coming in, and then you like breathe in, breathe out, and then like, you know, and then your whole body feels differently, right? And you know, it's just you harvesting energy from the outside world and coming in and taking it in, right?
Well, I mean, in the physical sense, like what is happening that is causing you to physically sense that? Because like if it's happening up here and happening like inside and something, like what is physically happening? There's something.
Well, I mean, we're all water. Like we're basically all water. Like we're not. I mean, not all water, but I mean, like our body's 80% water, so it kind of makes sense. Like we're kind of like
you can feel an earthquake. That's a subsonic frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a matter of amplitude.
Yeah.
Whenever you guys get a moment, I got a couple things that I just wanted to throw at you. I write papers and I do quantum theory. I usually work with Ian on We Are Awake. I've worked with him for a long time, but one is I use an old program called Acid Pro, and you can take each track and adjust the frequency of each track that you lay down so that you are being hit by 5 different frequencies for the various parts of the body. Which is a bonus for me through my music. It's all on my channel. But the other thing was, and if you know anything about M theory, there's a potential that I've been really pondering is called carrier particles. And you were talking about them earlier, breaking the veil at CERN. If there is M theory, which is the multi-worlds theory, is it possible that particles are picking up information from the closest alternative of our world and then depositing that information here, which is just a little bit different because the world next to us is just a little bit different.
Yeah.
So that these particles are picking that information up, the veil's thin, and it drops it here, which alters our reality.
I mean, you can't take it off the table. I mean, we have to consider a lot of other possibilities. To say that is the cause of anything, I wouldn't be so sure about that personally.
No, I'm bringing that up as a hypothetical.
Like, what was it? Yeah, of course. I don't know how it works. Like this multiple dimensional theories is there's infinite. There should be infinite amount of other dimensions out there.
According to fractal mathematics, absolutely. You know, and everything.
Yeah.
You know,
there's only 11 dimensions.
But according to information theory, you can't implement that.
How's that?
How is it that you can't implement an exponentially increasing amount of data?
Well, I'm talking transfer. I'm talking from one alternative through.
I think the only way that it could work is if most of those virtual multiverse, if most of those multiverses are virtual and are basically inaccessible and like you only really have the few that correspond closely with reality as being valid at any given point.
So you don't agree with the slight variables that is been brought up?
I don't think that you could actually have an exponential increase of anything. I think it would basically make us melt down. We would have an increase in entropy too. Go ahead.
Well, that's how. Like I said, I'm just the theorist. You know.
Yeah.
This is this conceptual theory that I've been working on.
Yeah.
Because this is what CERN is trying to do. They're trying to get resources from alternative versions of our Earth through the multi-worlds theory, M theory.
I actually have a similar. Go ahead.
Go
I got
ahead.
a diagram I'm going to find.
Let's not forget about the 66.6 degree tilt there, right, M-Ball?
Yeah. But here's the thing that I like to talk about, because this is fascinating conversation, because the conversation really is about the nature of reality, like what we're experiencing and the reasons why we're experiencing it. So often, like for example, I can't speak for everybody here, but one of us here seems like we're definitely Mandela affected. We believe the Mandela effect is real.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
I tried disproving it, and I couldn't do it. I read the Bible. I read the Bible in Matthew, and it does say 2 or 3. It doesn't say 2 or more. I thought Dave was bullshit, and I just said, "Well, I'm gonna try." And I actually read my Bible. I swear it said 2 or more for like the longest time, and it actually says we're 2 or 3 gathered. I'm like, how the hell did that happen? My book's been sitting on a shelf. Who changed it?
I'm highly Mandela affected, especially when it comes to religions, philosophy, and I'm not talking just Christianity. I'm talking Hinduism. There's variables that are taking place there that are changing through the actual Hebrew, you know, not the American Old Testament, but the Tanakh. You know, I've seen changes in all these, and even all the way back to Paleo Hebrew, which was prior to the Cataclysm and the Younger Dryas. I've also studied the Sumerian, which is kind of strange that the Sumerian text, the Anunnaki text, that they're really pushing that issue of, you know, us being genetically created for mining, for an alien race looking for gold. You know, that's a real, they're really pushing that hard, especially on YouTube. You know, to me, we live in a fractal universe, and the proof of that is the golden geometry in all of nature, tree, earth, everything has a mathematical equation to it.
Yeah,
and
like with Fibonacci sequence, they're connected. I mean, that's a spiral.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
goes for, and that's fractal. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I take on the many worlds theory, is that there's only slight variables that are differentiating this reality from the reality that sits thinly veiled right next to us. And I, you know, it's my observation that I've been studying is that carrier particles are any unobserved particle can be influenced to become whatever the influence to that particle is. But if you have carrier particles, then they automatically pick up information, and as they move through the field, they deposit it in the closest reality, you know, that we have.
So do these particles pick up information and deposit that information to the reality like all the time? Is it every once in a while? Is it a constant thing? Like,
Yeah,
it must be happening at a very fast rate, right? We're talking about particles.
And I think that what that
and a
is
constant thing.
Yeah, and that's what CERN set out to do with one of their projects. Was and they actually proved the M theory if you do the research according to them. You know, but I can't prove that. You know, I can't prove that they I can mathematically, but I can't
so
sit
still
here.
Theory. Yeah.
To me, it would be theory. To the physicists that actually discovered and proved in theory, it's a reality.
Okay.
So,
I mean, here's the thing. Because some of us are flat earthers here though too, and they always like put stuff like official stuff out there, and I don't believe CERN is actually doing whatever they're saying. I may not know exactly what they're doing right. I may not know exactly what they're doing, but I don't believe based on the track record of NASA and government and every other agencies, academia, I don't necessarily believe they're like you know, accelerating particles at each other. Maybe a small part of it, you know, and that's like old technology, but maybe something else is going on down there, right?
What do you think is going on? Hey, how do you pronounce your name?
My name is Nachiketa. You can call me Nachi for short.
Nachi, okay.
Yeah,
Nachi, I'm just curious because I like to add all bits and pieces of information. I want to hear what your intuition is telling you about CERN.
I agree with Dave. I think it could be a portal of some kind. You know, like, you know, for me, I believe that magic has always existed, you know, throughout history, like supernatural changes, miracles, you know, and the miracles and the supernatural changes are really amazing now is because we're already brought up in this kind of very materialistic world that is like hard physics, you know, that everything's immutable and this is just the way things are, is written on stone. But obviously the Mandela effect experience is telling us something else is going on. So I have to go back and think to myself, is this something new? Is this something different? Is it really something special about this time that does not that did not happen somewhere else, you know? And I think it has happened throughout history. I think it could have happened, you know, in terms of miracles and things that appearing out of nowhere. I mean, that's just as magical, you know?
Well, you know what gets
However,
me too is if you bring some of this up, you know, the incredulous attitude you're hit with by people who go at least once a week to a building that focuses on a book of the supernatural.
Right.
And I've often said, you know, if somebody were to walk into church one day and say, hey, listen, I was on my way here and this bush lit up on fire and was talking to me, man. And it said you wouldn't even get out what it told you before they would think you were fucking crazy. Yet they're in a building where they're focusing on, you know, a book full of events like this, donkeys talking to people.
Because it could happen 4,000 years ago, you know,
right?
And that is happen now.
Well, it can, it must, but it is a mystery why we don't see the same kind of miracles.
Oh, look who came back. Sean Hawkins is back. He says, so demonstrable, repeatable science is fake, but magic is real. Nobody said demonstrable, repeatable science is fake. I said scientism is fake. So until you can show me curvature, provable curvature, or a gas pressure system inside of a vacuum without containment, shut the fuck up, you 5-head looking motherfucker.
No, we got to go beyond this. We got to go beyond this. You know, I mean, this is going to be the same loophole that we're going to fall back into of like trying to convince
we don't want to
things that they can't be convinced of.
Exactly.
Too much of that going on. I do have an interesting question though. Have you guys seen the recent picture of the star with the hand brushing, you know, over the star, creating ripples?
What is this? Was this generated in? Was this generated in the sky or in the constellations or in our atmosphere? Or?
Yeah, it was an actual. It's like a P900 or something, some kind of, you know, camera, and they were filming the star, which the stars are just kind of a round, you know, just a round hue of colors with a hole in the center. And anyhow, they were toning in on this star and a hand, and there's video all over the internet now of it because it's so fascinating, actually touching the backside of the star, creating ripples and waves. You can actually see the hand.
Was the hand part of the gaseous?
I'm still trying to disprove it.
Was the hand like part of a gaseous constellation, sort of touching a star?
No. This is a hand behind the star, an actual star that you see in the sky.
Oh, so we're talking about real hand, like a real looking hand coming out of a holographic type of insertion. A real hand, right?
Was it a star or a wandering star?
No, it was a star.
Stars are a lot smaller.
Star. As a matter of fact, you guys go ahead. I'm gonna grab the link. I don't know how I can get it to you, but I can.
I got it.
I can definitely.
I got it. It's right there.
No.
That's weird.
Is that it?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
Nope. I gotta look it up here. But you guys go ahead while I'm doing this, man.
I mean, that's fake NASA coloring.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's nothing what I'm talking about. You might want to type in hand behind star or hand moving behind star, because this just got caught a couple of days ago.
I looked right here. I was looked on Twitter because usually that's the one you find like million copies of the same thing on. And I put in "hand in the stars" was the search criteria. Let me try YouTube real quick.
Yeah, YouTube probably.
Yeah, YouTube is what you're going to find it on. One of the.
I just want to know if everybody here is Mandela affected. Singh, are you Mandela affected? Brian, are you?
I've seen the Mandela effect. I've had a watch. I've had a crystal face on this watch I had crack. My brother's seen it, witnessed the crack. I showed him the watch before trying to go get it repaired. He said,
Yeah.
"Did you crack it?" I'm like, "Yeah, it has a hairline crack. Check it out." He's like, "Yeah, you cracked it." So I went to the jewelers, and
Yeah.
I arrived at the jewelers, and I asked how much it's going to cost to replace my cracked crystal and my glass. The same day I cracked it, I went to the jewelers, and they were looking. And one lady, a jeweler, was like, "I can't see it." I'm like, "Scratch it hard with your hand. You'll feel it. There's a chip right at the corner. You can see the chip, and it's a hairline crack." And then she's like, "I can't see it." She gave it to another jeweler to inspect, and the other jeweler's looking, and like, "I don't see a crack." I'm like, "It's there. I seen it when I left my house." I go, "Dig in with your nail hard. You'll feel the crack." So anyways, she couldn't find it, and she's like, "Well, bring it back tomorrow to the jewelry specialist. Maybe they can look at it." And I'm like, "What's wrong with these people, right?" I seen the crack. My brother's seen it. And then I walked in the hallway of the mall, where I reached to like a skylight where it's more lit up. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to see the crack now. They just can't see it. I'm going to get the angle." I looked at it.
Okay.
Crack was gone. The crack was gone.
I got it. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, I just pulled it up. 2018 Flat Earther. That's
Well,
one of them.
Hold on a second,
then-
Axis. Yeah.
What I got on the screen is right?
So yeah, the Mandela effect did happen. I wouldn't believe it either. And then when I came back, I go check out my watch to the watch to my brother. He's like, "You got it fixed. How much?" I'm like, "No, I didn't get it fixed. The crack was this. It's gone." And I told him, Mandela effect. He's like, "F you. Yeah, right. You're pulling my leg. You got it fixed. How much?" He was on it for about 5 minutes. I'm like, "Look, I was with another associate out there, and they were witnesses to this." So yeah, it does happen. It happened to my. So it's a very special watch. Now it repairs itself. It's like a transformer watch. But yeah, it did happen. I witnessed it. Right? I would not have believed it if I didn't have it happen to myself.
I mean, it's minor, but I'd consider that a miracle. Sure.
Is this the clip you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it.
All right,
where the hand actually moves behind the star and causes ripples.
That seems to be mixing
An
up
actual
a star.
hand.
The constellation is supposedly called God's hand.
Oh, wow.
You can literally see a human-like hand mixing up what is said to be a star. I've never seen anything like it. Absolutely mind-blowing. This is it real time. Notice the X that goes through the middle of it. It's like a donut. Absolutely mind-blowing. Check this out. Is that God or God's hand? Is it a hologram? Let me know what you think in the comments. I've never seen anything like this. And does that not look like water? All right, y'all. This video.
That is pretty fucking crazy.
I mean, frankly, it doesn't look like water to me, though. It looks like it looks like
plasma gas.
Yeah, or just like the temperature. If you took a thermal camera image of hot air, it looks like thermals.
To me,
what if the water is
like
the filter? There's a light source somewhere behind, and then water it could be there, or like liquidy type thing where it has waves and that similar type of substance, and then that light is being shown through that water. So what you're observing is, you understand what I mean here?
It looks like ripples and thermals in water.
It almost
thermals look the same in water too.
It almost reminds me of what you see when there's like if you shine a light into a swimming pool at night.
Exactly.
And the ripples of the water. And then if you look on the bottom of the pool, what you see is the shadows of the ripples on the surface of the water going across. It's kind of that's what it kind of reminds me of. But it's almost like there's a cymatic pattern involved to it.
Yeah,
as well.
of course. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, cymatics. Absolutely.
Jay Dreams did multiple filters on this. So if you go to Jay Dreams, I can't speak very well today. Jay Dreams, if you know that channel, he's got that in multiple filters. And I think he runs it through 7 different filters. It's pretty intense.
What's the name of the channel?
JAYD Dreams. DEREAM.
Jay Dreamers?
Yes, dreamers, not dreams.
That's right.
I'm old. I warn against watching too much of his stuff because he's super far into the like everything
I
is
know the plasma
aliens.
thing.
Yeah, plasma apocalypse. Like
Yeah, I know. But I thought it was interesting him running that through those filters, though. You know, I take everything with a grain of salt.
Somebody also like saw some very weird patterns like several months back in like the sun. Like they took a picture of the sun with their phone camera and then they applied some contrast filters to it and it had like all these weird like zigzaggy like 90-degree turns and like weird wormy looking things around the sun.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, there's.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I'm sure you've all seen Crow 777's lunar wave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There again,
He
that's
doesn't call
another
it the
one.
lunar wave anymore, though.
What now?
Because he observed this wave. He doesn't call it the lunar wave anymore because he observed that it's actually happening in all of space. Like it's not only the moon.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I wonder what's causing that.
Still, so it's not just the moon.
So that
it's not just the moon that's rendering.
Believe it or not, Richie from Boston was one of the first people that I got that wave from. He reported it, and then after that, it come up on a couple other channels. But he's got that off-road channel, and he's always taking pictures of the night sky. He's pretty observant. I mean, he's kind of obnoxious, but he's observant as hell.
Well, shoot, now I'm tempted to get a Nikon P900 or P1000. Like, they're very popular because they both have 50 times optical zoom.
They're phenomenal, and they've destroyed so much of the globe argument, you know, and you know, a lot of times this is what you got to be careful of too. These people want to get in and argue semantics on
no, that's a waste of time.
It is. It's like, well, they say, well, if you look in the sky, no, we were discussing the shape of the earth. You know, we weren't talking about the shape of the sky or any other such nonsense. If I want to know how big my door is, I don't go over and measure my neighbor's wall, right?
Right. But I thought you guys, you know, might be intuitive on those couple of theories that I've been working on and threw at you. I mean, one, the carrier particle, and you know that it's potential to change information in the M theory, just as a theory.
M-Ball says that was hot exhaust from a plane.
A hand-shaped plane, yeah.
Yeah, it was a hand-shaped fucking exhaust from a plane that was huge. You know, whatever, dude. It's our new resident expert. I see. That's good. We need.
I put a link in the private chat.
I need diversity.
Yeah, we all need diversity. But I put a link on a private chat, and that is about they put a special filter on the telescope to look at the sun. Right, and it's a kind of a magnetic special gas. I forgot the exact gas that's in there. Gives it a different filter for the telescope. And so when they were observing the sun with this telescope, with this filter system, they observed a second object behind the sun that is completely black, like it's a black hole sun.
I've seen that. I have a video of that on my channel. Actually, I was by the farms and I was playing with the brightness with my phone, and I could clearly see that black. Yeah, there is a black. It's actually like I call it the singularity portal and gateway. It's actually a gateway within the sun, different dimensional gateway.
They're offset each other. They're not like you'll see it. Like you can just fast forward to different spots.
Have you all seen the Vibes of Cosmos series?
Whoa, that's insane. Now go back up. And there's the real sun. Well, I don't think they can see it very well on my camera, but that is. I'll go back down to the. Now you've got this from Houston, from Colorado, and now from South Carolina. In Houston, it was right below, but in Colorado and here, it's down and to the right.
But in Colorado, it was further down.
Okay, maybe it's not black.
To the right.
But there was a second sun.
Man, it makes you
Two
wonder if you
distinct
could get a
objects.
bunch of these all at the same time. We could actually find out where that thing actually is. Yeah, that is insane. That's not the real sun, folks. And look how it's
oblique, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's an oblate. It's not as perfectly round. This is live, Jack.
This is Zach who is speaking.
That would be almost
yard right now.
That would almost, if it's showing oblate, that would mean maybe it is like a disc. And if you're looking at it from an angle, it's going to appear as oblate. You know, the interesting thing I did is I hooked an LED light. You ever see those little helping hands things that you use for hobbies? It's got two little alligator clips and a magnifying glass hooked to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
think
put a light in one of the alligator clips, and then I looked and it was shining through the magnifying glass onto the wall. And damned if it didn't look spherical on the wall. I was like, holy shit. So I was like, I'm gonna this is really cool. So
yeah,
a little while later I was doing some other shit and I was fixing to show my wife, you know, when she got home, I was like, this is really cool. Look at this. And I got a sneezing fit. Well, a little bit of spray from my sneezing got on the magnifying glass. And this time when I did it, my sphere had craters.
Oh.
So
that's how NASA does it.
I turned the magnifying glass a little bit and I started getting like phases. I couldn't go completely, but I could get as much as like almost a crescent moon by tilting the magnifying glass, and then putting it back straight gave me a full, you know, and I was like, oh, there's food for thought. But M. Ball said they weren't talking about the hand of God was a jet exhaust. This is worse. He's talking about the lunar wave. So we had somehow a jet exhaust went perfectly straight and traveled in a perfect straight line across the moon. That sounds like a plausible explanation to me. Holy shit. Let me finish watching this here. Let's see. Let's get up to where he's actually can show it, because I'm not digging looking at his screen. Does he load that into a computer where you can look at it on this?
I don't know.
So the second one was only visible in like ultraviolet spectrum.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I think there's another video where they talk about it, where they use like some kind of a gas filter, you know, and we have like neon light that's got gas in it. So I don't know exact gas. It has to be pressurized, you know.
But it couldn't be visible light though, because we would see a second sun.
Well, you know, this is interesting. Once I restore, I got this thing that I've seen advertised that you can get shit off of old hard drives and whatnot. So I took pictures during the selenial eclipse in California a few years back. And when I was blowing up on that, it's really kind of interesting because I found artifacts in the thing that are not from the lens. I thought at first they were lens, but I see like it would be off to the side of the sun. I see these crescents. I got a couple of these crescents, and when you really zoom in on them, they look like they're technological or something, like they have circuitry or some shit. So I'm going to have to get those off of there and bring those on and have people look at it.
Yeah, you should get them up. I always stated the sun and the moon are type of core computers, quantum computers, virtual energy orb computers. And I'm not surprised that our people are defining they're seeing sort of 90-degree angles on there with slants and those little wormies.
Speaking of angle, I'd like to see that camera not just pan but rotated to a different angle, because if it were like a lens aberration, then if you rotated the camera, rotated the sensor, it would still look the same. Whereas if it's something real, not an aberration, then it would rotate. You know what I'm talking about, like lens flare?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, you should get that same movement with it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And that's what I was really trying to figure out, whether that's what I was seeing. Because the weird thing about that eclipse was that it was a partial eclipse of the sun, which means that would be the moon passing in front of the sun, right? But
Right.
the problem with that was the moon was visible in a totally different location.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be the moon going in front of the sun.
Right.
And the moon's not casting a shadow of the earth onto the sun. I'm pretty
So
sure.
what if instead of a
like invisible planets called Rahu and Ketu, you know, and they're not in our visible spectrum, but maybe they affect sun and the moon somehow, you know? Maybe something similar to this.
I've thought now for quite a while that the moon and the sun that we see are not the actual moon and the sun.
Exactly.
They're projected.
Well,
yeah.
The sun used to be yellow and now it's white, so something's changed. I was wondering though, like, what about the possibility of some kind of prism being in front of the sun now?
It's funny that you mention that, because I noticed that a few years back. Well, probably about 13, 14 years ago, I was like, God damn, the sun is like, when it would reflect off of a car windshield or whatever, it was just like blue. And it was more of a white light rather than a yellowish warm light, like I remembered it always being in the summertime. It was always, and it seems that it's going back to that now. It seems like it's going back to a yellow sun, but there for a while it was almost like bluish white, really intense.
Sovereign.
Yep.
If I drop the link on the chat, could you get it? Because I only have access to my phone. I can't drop it in the private part. It's a 1.5-minute video. The sun that I recorded with that black. Okay, so I'm going to drop it right now.
All right, let me go over here so I can see it.
You know, in the Yuga cycles, the sun has 4 different cycles. And then in the Kali Yuga.
Go ahead. Right, Axis.
Well, in the Kali Yuga would be the 4th stage of the sun, and that's what we're entering the threshold of the Kali Yuga. Now, I don't know how that would apply to the Mayan calendars, whether they had that recorded, but in the Vedas and the Mahabharata, you know, it's got the Yuga cycles, and we're in the arc of the 4th cycle, which is the Kali Yuga cycle.
But don't the Vedas go along with the whole heliocentric, outer space, etc. narrative?
I don't think so. Not necessarily.
Real quick, that link didn't come through, and it's probably because you're not moderator status. So just type in hi real quick, and I'll make you a moderator, and then you can put the link in.
Okay, I got it in hi. All right.
There we go.
But see, the Hindu, and especially, you know, I'm a Naga myself. You know, it's aspects. You know, it may be like, well, Kali is just an aspect of Shiva. Shiva is an aspect of Brahma. Brahma is an aspect of Vishnu. Vishnu is an aspect of Ganesha. So they all aspect each other, but they're individual aspects separately as one. If you can catch that.
And it only works in a pantheistic universe.
Right.
All right, let's see. I got this over here.
All right. The short vid.
Here goes. Get out the popcorn.
One
more time. It flashes when you have it set to a certain brightness level. You can actually see beyond what I call the filter. And if you look
there's like a black spot in the middle,
huge,
yeah,
or not.
I'll play with the
you'll
brightness
see
to show you
clearly.
the difference. Okay, this is where I dim it the most. You can see it, but it's not really flashing, not where my point of view. But I'm gonna brighten it now. It starts to flash. Now I'm gonna go as bright as this camera could go. It disappears. I can't even see the sun. All I see, if you can see, is like a black sphere, a dark sphere. Maybe it's violet. I can't really see right now because it's my screen on my phone. But yeah, it just doesn't look like anything's there. You know what I mean? When you play with the brightness, just the sun really disappears or it gets really huge. But from my perception here, right now, I see an outline when I turn maximum brightness, but then it fades into the background, sort of. Anyways,
I'm kind of interested in the black.
Anyways,
black
there's the sun right in
dot
the
in the
center. If you
center.
get it, yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a slight
Yeah,
luminous
I mean, I
sphere
would
in
want
the
to
difference. I have
see
my
some
sunglasses on too because
filters
I
in
can't
front
see
of
in that
it
direction.
to see
Video
if it
pictures at the same
actually
time. I won't be
dimming,
able to see the
like
sun
it.
at all.
I
But
mean,
I'm gonna lower it again. You see, about halfway, you can see the sun
what
flashing.
happens to a CCD
I guess
when
it's always
it's
doing
too
this. I just
bright?
haven't had the brightness adjusted. But
With a what?
anyways, leave me some comment.
A
Leave me some
charge couple
comment if you
device,
want to.
the
Tell me what you
you
think
know,
of all this.
sensor. What happens to it if it's way too bright for it to handle? I know eventually it burns out completely, but could it dim if it's too bright? I would want to see the same thing repeated with like filters in front to dim it down and see if it's not an artifact of the sensor technology.
Yeah, who's to say?
No,
I've seen other
I
videos with that black dot too. So
yeah. I stare at the sun often.
Mm-hmm.
They tell you, oh, don't look at the sun, it'll hurt you. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, me too.
And once you get beyond, you know, the major brightness of it, and you get used to it, and you're sitting there, and you're staring at it, it almost like appears to be just a ring. You know, the sun to me, it'll just appear to be a ring, like it's empty in the middle. That's what it ends up looking like to me. And I don't know. I do that because I just feel fantastic after, you know, about 10 minutes just staring at the sun. Man,
Cleanse your pineal gland.
Yeah, man.
No, I mean, to me,
doing that.
it's just one uniform sea of brightness. Like, and that's odd to me because if it's supposed to be this sphere that NASA has all these quote pictures of, like, it should be dimming along the edges a little bit. It shouldn't be like just as bright on the edges where it's farther away.
Well, see, Brian, you don't understand, stupid flurf. It's a nuclear reaction, you know, and they know that because some scientist said that.
There's this inverse law of luminosity, right? Have you guys heard this? The inverse law of luminosity, right? Like with the moonlight,
right?
You know, and then if it's 240,000 miles away, as they say, like you half the distance between, you know, and then it will be double, right, in brightness. So 120,000 miles away, it will be doubly brighter on a full moon than you would see now. You know, according to this law of inverse law of luminosity, right?
Yeah.
So
inverse square law of light, and this is what I try. So their whole thing about light traveling forever in a vacuum is knocked out of the fucking woods with the inverse square law of light. If it travels forever in a vacuum, they should all appear to be the same distance away because you wouldn't have any of them would be dimmer. None of them, they would all be bright. Boom.
That's
true. Guys, I've got a question, if you don't mind. You know, you guys have seen the moon with the straight line down at a half moon. You know, not the crest. I'm talking. I have tried to take 3 balls and duplicate with flashlights to be able to get a straight line from 3 round objects. Can't do it.
No.
Yeah.
But I noticed you said straight line down, but the moon doesn't it doesn't wax and wane up and down anymore, or left and right. It shifted 90 degrees.
Right. I'm on a.
But it doesn't matter. it doesn't matter. You would still get a straight line. It can be up and down.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
get a straight line. It could be sideways. It can be straight line. As long as you have a straight line, how do you produce that straight line? Is the question?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I was asking.
And
I've taken 3
I'm
balls.
glad you touched on that. I'm glad you touched on that. That it's now going up and down, the waxing and waning, instead of the way it normally does across the face.
Chestershire smile there.
Yeah, the Cheshire cat. That's what I said the other. I came in. The moon's smiling again.
Has anybody beamed a really powerful laser up into the sky? Like maybe 1,000 watts, 2,000.
Really powerful is like 5 watts, 10 watts. Like that. What you're talking about is something most people couldn't possibly afford.
No, in fact.
Anyways, I bought a powerful laser offline. It might be 5 watts. You're correct. It might be 5 watts.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they often lie and say it's a lot more. But I'm just okay.
No,
so what
it might be 5 watts. You're right. I'm just gonna recall. Well, anyways,
did you see any spot at? Go ahead.
When I beam it into the sky, okay, it looks like it only goes 2 telephone poles high and it stops. It's just, I tried different angles. It just looks like it hits something 2 telephone poles high and it just stops. So I was just wondering if anybody else noticed that. I did it by the farms close to off-grid too, and it seems to do the same thing. It doesn't seem like it travels that high.
That's weird.
I mean, I'm going to try shining a really bright flashlight at the sky real quick, see if it stops somewhere weird.
Yeah, you could probably notice it more with a focused beam. But yeah, it made myself contemplate, is the sky really that high, or is this is the hologram sky as high as the cell towers, and the cell towers part of generating the whole illusion?
You know,
there's like a blanket. There's a blanket on the flat Earth that is only like 2 telephone meters high or whatever, you know, and it's same uniform all around, mountains everywhere, right?
Well, here's an interesting thing that I was thinking the other day, is that, you know, I've often said that reality, as we experience it, is just nothing more really than our interpretation of all these electromagnetic signals, basically a symphony that you hear with 5 senses. Okay, that's what reality is. So given the idea that, and many people agree, that there seem to be cymatic patterns amongst these stars, and that they each are emitting their own little frequency, what if those are like the lamps, so to speak, that are projecting this reality? All of the stars together are each a component that's projecting these electromagnetic energies that create reality.
You know, I like what you're saying. I had a conclusion too. I'm gonna like to add something to that. How about this? If every little beam of light, star, represented somebody's avatar, laser, digital holographic avatar in this type of simulation, digital holographic projection.
That would be.
Well, we don't see many stars anymore.
Stars are angels, right? They're angels. Stars are angels. Have you guys ever heard this?
I have heard that. I have heard that. Yeah. And that's why they say the falling stars are angels being cast to earth.
But you know, I sometimes wonder if we are the fallen angels. We ourselves, we are the fallen angels.
Maybe
we're the fallen ones.
I think the celebrities might be.
We're in denial that we were angels, and then we have come into this human form to experience this ego and, you know, bickering and things like this, you know.
I call it a digital holographic rehabilitation.
It was pride. It was pride that caused it, right?
Yes, absolutely. And
was it, or are we just stuck in someone's simulation that they made, and this is basically a refinement process?
How would you know?
I truly believe that this is a type.
Let's say that's true, but then how would you come to know? if you're in a simulation?
Well, I have had a lot of information arrive to myself. This is a type of digital holographic reality existence, and this is a type of a simulation that I call rehabilitation, reformation, refinement, restoration, test games. If one really goes deep to the dark pits, furthermore, then it goes to training, maintaining, sustaining, and conditioning. And to complete the levels is how you exit this place, is through restoring oneself to what we were before arriving here. Yeah, in a sense, it is. There's fallen angels here. There's not fallen angels, and many periods through one's life, they shall go in and out of the dark, in the light, into the darkness, into the light. Basically, fallen status, non-fallen, fallen status, and then get their frequency resonance awareness increases, and eventually wake up and start recalling where they're from and start making efforts to return home by doing energy work and energy frequency tuning. So the portals and gateways out of here, there's no savior coming. The gateways to different dimensions is tuning into frequency resonances that are the frequency gateways and portals. Just a matter of time where people start to wake up and realize, they get themselves out of here by doing genuine work. And yeah, for sure.
I'm going to jump off, gentlemen. I appreciate you allowing me some time. And maybe another time we can talk about the various multiple frequencies that I'm working with at the same time. And I'll run you through that, and maybe even get you a copy of the program.
Well, thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing that video and stuff. Like, that's some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm usually with Ian on We Are Awake, but he's taking a well-deserved break. So I got a lot of respect for him. Yeah. So been with him for.
I really enjoy talking about theories. Like I like talking about theories, especially in regards to the Mandela effect. So we can get into that next time, hopefully.
Right. Yeah, Ian, thank you very much. You guys have been wonderful and great hosts. Thank you.
Well, Axis, that's where I remember from. I was like, I know that Axis Rat Blood. Where do I know that from? And it was from over at Ian's. And that's when I was like, oh, okay. I connected it. Yeah. I'm glad he's taking a little time too. He let those fucking idiots kind of.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah. I know. On his soul a little bit, and it's sort of like I took a different route. I just said, nope, I ain't fucking with him anymore. Now, every so often I get a few residual shitheads that roll over here from that little crowd. Luma Tommy was one of them here. And now I can proudly say that he will never, ever join this panel or anything again, because he just cannot. He doesn't. If you don't have enough respect for somebody to let them finish their fucking thought, then what are you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yep.
The belligerent.
I occasionally poke with the stick every once in a while, but gentlemen, I'm out. Thank you very much, and I'd love to come up again sometime.
Anytime.
All right, Axis.
Anytime, buddy.
Have a good night.
Cheers. Here now.
All right. Yeah, his whole little foray on here, that was like, I thought, okay, well, maybe he's got something really important that he wants to say, right? So I thought I'll bring him up. And of course, it's the same old bullshit. He's not going to let anybody finish a sentence and shit. And it's, I don't know. It really.
But he knows your buttons, that like he knows what would trigger you, what triggers you. And he knows that like you have a problem with being interrupted. So he does it. Like on purpose,
Well, another one that tries that is that Nick Volt, right? And he'll come on, and his whole idea is he's going to act like such a shit that you boot him off, because then what he does is
and then play the victim card.
Handle truth. That's why they kicked me off, and it's like, no, it's because you were a fucking asshole.
That must be the only reason. That would be the only reason.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I call them like disruptors. When I notice these beings come on when there's a really good subject arising with a lot of information to help people's awareness, and then they come in to sort of throw a totally off-topic subject, and I totally catch it. I'm like, what's this got to do with what we're just talking about? Is the host catching this? Is this like, hold on a minute? But I usually catch it, and it's like, wow, the timings are just almost like by design.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
almost like the little bots. As soon as you go on Facebook and you say flat Earth or evolution,
they're gonna use all kinds of tactics. I mean, if I was a psychopath and I didn't care and I had unlimited amount of money, I would just totally troll you guys and just make you guys look ridiculous as possible, you know, and then send people to befriend you guys who are completely nuts, you know, but somehow they want to be your friend, and then, you know,
right?
they get on like these kind of forums and start talking nonsense, and everybody starts like associated with crazy people. I mean, like, come on. You know, like
It's like
it's not that difficult, you know.
it's I see it like this. It's like a devil comes on there, sparks a match, gets a negative narcissist effect, that throws the match onto somebody, they catch on fire, then they get all fired up, and then the whole
they're like
all the panels like on fire, swearing at each other, arguing, cross talking, and it's like I'm observing all this. I'm like, I see the whole ripple effect of one so-called seed coming in, a fire.
Look at Blue Back Man
Joker
says,
character is
like
like an archetype.
they're like NPCs spawning in, and I'm like, yes, it's exactly how I see it. It's like in the
like
Matrix,
a computer game.
In the Matrix, when all those motherfuckers just turn into the Agent Smith, you know, like all of a sudden the guy selling flowers turns into Agent Smith, you know. It's like, oh yeah, exactly.
Sav, can you share the image I put in chat?
Sure.
So this is related to we were talking about like the nature of consciousness and everything. So I had this general notion that perhaps there is a sort of resonance in our consciousness that occurs in a couple different dimensions. One of them would be like forward and backward in time. Like something obviously, like, you know, a resonance of something that occurred in the past would just be a memory, right? But in the other direction, then if it is a resonance that causes us to be conscious of something, then it should happen in the other direction too. You should have some sort of retrocausality, I believe. And I also was considering the notion of could then that mechanism in a human be attributed to our DNA, like our DNA potentially acting as antennae for whatever the substance that exists that causes consciousness.
Yeah,
I get it.
I'm totally with you about like all this, because like your DNA is kind of like a crystal, you know, and it can vibrate, right? Like crystals have frequencies to them, and you know, we also have something called epigenetic memories,
right,
as well. These are memories that are passed down genetically.
Yeah.
Okay.
They call it
So
racial memory. They call it racial memory is what I learned it like
can be a racial
ago.
memory. Racial memory would fall under the auspices of epigenetic memory, but animals can also exhibit that.
This is where they get the idea, like where people just inherently have a fear of spiders or snakes or something.
Right.
It comes from being passed down through generations of that being a predatory creature.
Because certain stimuli can change the methylation and other attributes of your DNA without actually changing what we consider the nucleotide sequence, I guess. And that's enough to completely change the expression when it's expressed into proteins and everything.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Right now, for example, like we have a human form, right, with all of our heads and digits and all this kind of stuff. What is the cause of that? Is the trillions of, you know, bytes of information that is stored in that one strand of DNA that is from your mother and your father, right? That creates you, and it creates that one cell, that first cell. From that cell on, it created trillions of cells that's in your body that plays different roles. It's not the same cell that's just repeating over and over again. So your body is kind of like a hologram. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
What is it they say? Your body replaces all of its cells every 7 years. By like
No,
by
no,
within a
all of it.
7-year period, you're
in
completely
higher
different.
in higher frequencies, in higher dimensional frequency states that one can achieve through meditation, it can be done in 2 hours, 10 hours. The lower dimensions and the higher dimensions, approximately, it was 2 hours or 40 minutes that I was reading a very advanced information of an article that went really into thorough detail of the different dimensional planes and the regeneration time of cells. So it happens really fast. They tell us 7 years. That really programs somebody for a slow delay regeneration time. It all depends on how one is frequency resonance tuning themselves through meditation, basically. So what you're defining with the DNA, yeah, it is a type of fluid crystal energy state that can be tuned to different crystal shapes. So the shape they're showing us is a very low geometric resonating frequency shaped strand of DNA. One can frequency tune their DNA to basically any shape of frequency they're attaining, and they can perceive and conceive to their higher frequency states. So it is like a frequency resonance generator that is in synchronization with one's thought core, that is generating their digital holographic avatar to this, what I define as a digital holographic simulation. So going to the higher dimensional frequencies and states of awareness, one really could redesign their, what I define as all their parts, energies, and functions of their body to different crystal geometric resonating frequencies. So what you define too also, Brian, yeah, certain stimulants do that. But it's for myself, I realized that I dabbled with stimulants, but also the highest frequency enhancements of energy states that I achieved is off of stimulants, where I'm really just in the zone, aware and feeling that energetic state of resonance, and then just sort of meditating, doing energy work and energy frequency tuning, and going into my thought core. The core of that I call the inner mind's eye vision. That is the digital holographic screen of one's thought core that I call the mind. That is where they're doing their energy work to their core of their thought projection that is projecting their digital holographic reality and makes adjustments and modifications.
Now, are you careful when you do this practice that you're not hearing spirits trying to communicate things with you? Because that's what I would worry about now.
They always do try. Always do try to interfere majorly. Somebody might say it's V2K, but no, it's different spirits trying to stagnate one's energy work that I define. Yeah, you're very accurate about that, Brian. Yeah,
little gestures.
Definitely, one has to be careful of that. Yeah,
the little gestures will try to distract.
Oh, you're gonna be challenged every step of the way. Okay.
Oh yes,
part of the process.
Last time I did DMT, I was in there, and the little fucking gestures started, and I just was like this. I was like, "Fuck you! I'm in charge. Stop distracting me." And they kept it up until I shut them down, man. I shut them down. I was sitting there. I was like, "Fuck you! I'm in charge. Knock it off. Knock it off." And finally, they quit with me.
I love psychedelics so much, even though I haven't touched them since I've been born again, essentially. Like, I've got a morning glory tattoo. Like, the craziest thing that I ever experienced, though, was like DMT. I was able to see through my friend's head. Like, I saw him, but I also saw, like, he was like translucent to me. That phenomenon only occurred once, though.
So you didn't travel to any other atlas?
I have never been able to like see through dimensions or anything like that. I've got a very weird like visual sense, I guess. So I typically don't dream, and I typically don't hallucinate, no matter how much I would take.
Okay.
I had a breakthrough DMT experience in 2018. I was in Nepal, and a Russian guy, he was like a shaman, and we did a ceremony, and it was crystal DMT. Never tried it before, but I was gone for 50 minutes. Like, it was yeah, it was
50.
deep. Like, I remember what's that?
50.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a long trip, but I mean, also it's if you're very in tune with your subconscious, with your psyche, like you should be able to feel something a lot longer than somebody who's not.
No, I remember the whole thing from the very beginning to the end. I mean, everything. you know. And then as soon as I got out of it, both my friends, Russian friends, were there sitting, and I was telling them, I was recounting the whole experience, and they said that it's like unusual, like maybe only from and they're shamans. They've done ayahuasca, like DMT type of trips with people in Thailand and India, Nepal,
So
and
is that
Russia
part
as
of the
well.
ritual?
So
Is that a norm thing to do there with the shamans?
no, this is like completely like neo type thing, you know, with the whole
So
you know, with the whole
was this
ayahuasca movement, right?
okay? Was this somebody of the organization or somebody with your crowd that brought it in? I'm just curious who represented it there, because that's kind of off the ball strange to myself, right?
Well, I know that shaman have been going out from the rainforest worldwide in the last few years to provide this. They say it's very important for people to awaken, and that's what I've said. I said, you want to solve the world's problems, drop a couple bags of mushrooms off at the UN and see what happens, you know.
Yeah,
I think you'd get a different,
absolutely,
because your perspective of everything changes completely. It really will. It will change completely for the better, in my experience, with what I've seen. I mean, I watched it, what it did with my own son, myself, others that I've known. I can attribute my being cured of alcoholism, and I do say cured. Okay, they say there's no cure. That's bullshit. I actually was left with a natural revulsion to alcohol. You know, I can't even get past the smell. Even if I was going to try to do it, I wouldn't be able to do it without puking. There's no way. And that was attributed to like a hero dose of mushroom. And
how much is a hero dose?
Well, in this particular case, it was a 98 gram mushroom that was still wet.
Fresh.
Okay.
Fresh.
So
Was it fresh?
dried weight would have been about 10 grams, close to 10 grams.
Yeah, 10 grams. That's pretty hero dose. That's pretty hero dose. Even if it was
a third
not
of an
very,
ounce.
strong
That's
mushroom.
I cut it up. My friend says, "What are you going to do with it?" And I said, "I'm going to eat it." And he goes, "Well, it's going to take a while to dry." I said, "I ain't drying that fucking thing." I said,
right.
So I cut it up and I put it in a salad. You know, a little bit of blue cheese dressing there with it, and some croutons and shit.
There you go.
Ate that thing, and then sat
no
there.
Different from any other mushrooms.
No.
Well, the flavor isn't as good as portobello, but
no.
That's
The
true.
flavor leaves a lot to be desired. You know, with any of your entheogens like that they're not pleasant, right? Even DMT's got that fucking mothball. Yeah.
Morning glory flowers are good. Like if you're not eating the seeds, if you just eat the flowers, they taste fine.
All right. And like with mushrooms,
they make you puke,
body
though.
will shudder.
The morning glory seeds.
I mean, I puked once from Hawaiian baby wood rose, but that was the only time from that or morning glories ever for me. Like most of the time, like the nausea passes pretty quick.
So I've done crystal DMT. That was introduced for me for the first time. I've tripped a lot on acid and shrooms, you know, other stuff. So I have a pretty decent, you know, base of that experience. And he felt I was ready for it. So I had this like trip. I was completely out. Like if I knew what DMT was like then, I wouldn't have dared to smoke that much, you know, because I've done changa afterwards, and even for 5 minutes or 10 minutes you're tripping, it's really intense.
Yeah,
you know, if you know what it is, it's like super intense.
So did you go anywhere? Did you travel, astral travel? You can tell us about your experience, or you don't want to tell us?
I went into so I went into
I'd like to hear if everybody here on the panel, I'd like to hear all the details. I'd really like to hear people's experiences, because it really adds to my just experience of absorbing information, right?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So I smoked, and then I inhaled and exhaled, and then he laid me down on a carpet, you know, and I was just on my back completely. And as I was like, it was starting to become like slow motion for me. Like as I was hitting the carpet, this kind of Christmas light thing, like spiral, descended upon me. Okay, like from above, I could start to see it. It started, and then it felt as if I was like entering a portal. Okay,
You remember
like
the
I went
color?
through it. The color of the lights, like Christmas
Yes.
lights, like multiple
Okay, various
colors that
colors.
were like
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
okay.
spiraling,
Okay.
spiraling above my head. I can still visualize it. I can remember this like in detail till this day, like from that moment on. So I went through, and as soon as I entered, I went into like a kaleidoscope, like a kaleidoscope, and there were like these geometric shapes instead of rocks or whatever, seashells. They were like these very detailed, like geometric shapes that were like grinding and moving and doing all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff, like as if I was in a gear of some
Yeah.
It
truck
look
or something. I don't know.
sort of like a
You know,
vortex, right, with gears.
I don't know. But as I
Okay,
was
yeah.
entering through, I felt my body to be like completely crushed. It was like crushing my body. Like I was just like like like
Oh.
my body was my association body with my body was like starting to be ripped apart as I'm like free falling into this tunnel. Okay. and and at some moment that I could no longer feel it anymore. It was just like there, like bleh. But you're still having this free fall experience, still going through and seeing these geometric shapes. There's like eyes, or you're observing. And then I was like placed on some kind of like a ground surface, and I was just in my liquidy form, but just still everything kind of came to a standstill, like there. And from there, some voice or some, I don't know, like it's not like a sound, but it was like a vibration that came to me that said something like form yourself, create yourself. So like I did like this kind of like Terminator thing. I like was like coming out of this liquid, like my head first, like breaking through a barrier and putting my hand out from that, I don't know, puddle that I was in, and forming myself. And it required a lot of emotional energy to do it, because I was very happy in that vegetative state. I was okay, I'm there, but something invoked me to want to use my energy. And as I was doing that, my friend was saying that I had physically stood up from the ground and looked up in the sky, and I was screaming, on the top of my lungs, like "Wah!" Like this. So like completely going crazy in the physical world. And I'm coming out of this like ground, and I see that there's a being who was like all yellow. He looked like a monk or something, but I couldn't see his face. He was like kind of helping and dragging me out like this. So I was like from the ground looking up, holding him up, and he was like had his arms underneath me on my arms, and dragging me out, if you guys can imagine. And I found myself in this like a large cavernous place, and the walls and everything were luminescent, as if they were glowing and translucent as well, like kind of like this almost like a kind of like a virtual reality type of like feel. Like it just was like it didn't feel like solid, but it was also, you can see form.
Yeah.
And next to me there was a ziggurat about 2 stories high, and there was like a seat there. There was a chair. It was like ornate with like a lot of yantras and geometric shapes, like sigils and stuff along the side. And it was like, like a pyramid. And at the top, it was a small space, probably 1 meter by 1 meter, where somebody could actually sit, you know and this being was like, oh, this is for you, like this is for you. And I was like immediately shrunk with the idea that I do not like responsibility, A, and B, I didn't want to I didn't feel like I deserved to be sitting in that position, and this is all in my mind. And then he was like, okay, no, don't worry. And he's like, it's time for you to go. So from there, like the reality was shifting from what I was seeing into the reality I was in. So it was like going back and forth. It was like this until I arrived back to my reality, and I saw one of my friends. He was staring at me because I had stood up, and I immediately realized that I was fucking tripping hard at that point. Like I realized that I was like really in my trip, and I apologized. And then he's like, no problem. And then I went back down, and then I had like another really kind of like like moving of spirit type of experience. I saw all these different faces of friends and other people that I didn't really know, but it was almost like this. You know, have you ever seen X-Men, and Professor Xavier was trying to search for a specific mutant, and he had like a Google Earth type thing where he would be able to go like and see the silhouette, and you can zoom into the silhouette and you can see who it was, and then you zoom away and then you go to another silhouette like a body shape, and then you see that it's somebody that you know. So you're just like constantly flashing between like different individuals, and you don't know why you're seeing them. You're just like seeing them. And I felt my body also shake, like I was like completely shaking physically, like, you know, as if I was convulsing. And then after some time, I completely came out of it. I came up and then I like bowed and I like prayed. You know, I was so grateful for that experience. It was amazing.
That sounds very similar to a lot of the experience that people have.
Like, did it look anything like these?
Yeah, I mean, look, I live in Nepal. I lived in Nepal for 3.5 years. I live in India.
So you see plenty of mandala.
Yeah. I'm very familiar with it.
But have you seen like any 3D modeled representations?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
what are you showing us, Brian? Hold on, Brian's trying to show us something. What is that?
So it's a book that's about the Tibetan school of mandala, and like specifically, like they had a pretty interesting set of 3D models that they did in there to try to depict what they're representing in 2 dimensions, because the 2-dimensional form is just a flattening of what they're depicting. When you see a mandala, it's really meant to be a 3-dimensional representation of something.
Yeah,
I got kicked out of the DMT world.
No way.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised, Cage.
Yeah, I got kicked out. You're like, what the fuck, Cage? Like, yeah, I used to make this shit. It's very easy to make it. So I went super deep with it, to the point where like you know, like the whole temple thing and the geometric patterns and all that completely shut off for me, and I entered the fucking void, and it was complete darkness for eternity. It was there for like what felt like a million years or a million lifetimes, like you know, like time completely shuts off, and then I had this feeling like, yeah, you're not supposed to be here right now. You have to wait your turn, and then I just never did it again. You know, so I got kicked out, man.
I don't know about you guys, but like for me, like having had all these experiences were very deeply spiritual to me, and that it gave me the sense that the spiritual reality is greater than the physical reality.
Yep.
Right.
You know, and so and even in that special in the spiritual reality, there are other entities who are above us, and maybe we call them angels or demons. I don't know what, but they seem to have some place in this world. And this whole thing is about lessons in the way I see it, you know, like having come to who we are now.
Yep. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that right there. This is all about lessons. So Nepal, you was in Nepal.
I lived in Nepal, yeah, for 3.5 years. From
did you go into Tibet also?
I came from Tibet to go to Nepal from China.
Oh,
I took
wow.
a train from Xining.
No, I've been told they drink yak milk. Is this?
They do.
Yeah. What's that like?
It's very pungent. It's different than cheddar. It's an acquired taste, I would say. A little bit
goat
on the
milk,
maybe bitter side.
Yeah, I was thinking probably like goat or something. Huh?
It looked to be when I saw
it. That's comparable. That's more comparable.
Okay.
I was watching a thing about it a long time ago, and it was like, man, that shit's almost got like a greenish hue to it, even that milk. It's instead of like, you know, you're used to milk being white, and this shit's got like almost a greenish tint to it.
It's Krypton.
Yeah, and you know, the DMT, it gets weird in high doses, man. Really weird, to the point like you're incapacitated. You cannot get up even if you wanted to. If your house is burning down, you want to be able to get up.
Yeah. Cage, have you tried Salvia divinorum as well?
When I was a young kid, like 16, 17, yeah, they used to sell it at the convenience store. So,
Did you try? So, did you try it enough times to get a really serious experience? And how
oh
did
yeah, I
that
went
compare?
to like hell pretty much. Like the sky turned black and I fell into a pit. So it felt like it was just in the park.
And did it feel like eternity?
Yeah, it was horrible. I didn't like it at all.
Like for me, I've never gotten like a serious visual experience from it, but like whenever I've done it, like it's been like this surreal time loop sense of what's going on. Like I can only see like a few seconds at a time, and then I see those seconds played back at the same time as the next few seconds or something, and like. The weirdest thing about it is that the world like starts swirling, like it's like I'm spinning. It's like I was spinning in an office chair and then suddenly stopped.
Yeah. See, with me, it felt like you know that feeling when you wake up from a dream or something and you're falling. It was like that, but forever. And I was just like, yeah.
Well, I don't sound like too hot. I don't. I don't think I'll be using any salvia.
I would have recommended.
Okay. Now here's a second question. Who here has experienced like very weird like audio distortion from nitrous?
I've never done.
Oh, I have from nitrous oxide. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you describe what you?
Wow, like that. It's like you feel it's like in your head, you're getting this wow, like that. That's what I get.
For me, it's like a little bit higher pitched and it's pretty steady, but it's like I'm hearing, I'm just hearing some kind of like note, some very polyphonic note, and it's the weirdest thing. Like I can't fathom where that comes from.
Like kind of like a sound bowl, that weird resonance, like
A
that.
little bit, but it's deeper than that. It doesn't sound like it's coming from one place. It sounds like it's coming from every.
Yeah, it just
maybe
it's not coming from anywhere. It just is. You know.
DMT does.
I think yes.
Does it kind of sound like you're some type of engine craft? It just sounds like you're in something where it's sort of echoing all around.
Yes, it does sound echoey.
Yeah,
it's like everywhere. Yeah.
I call those. I call those like different sector portals. Different sector portals. They're almost like different experiences of types of. I call them crafts, disc crafts, computers. Different experiences to the simulation.
Now, have you tried nitrous?
No, I haven't tried nitrous, but I can hear certain engines running. Since I've woken up and done all this meditation and experienced with some stimulants, I can hear certain things all the time when I consciously tune to it. When I'm relaxing, I can hear certain different. Sounds like almost like a Cylon pulsating engine going. Woo, woo. I can hear that. I can hear the sun humming when I'm tuning into it. I can hear various things.
How do you know it's the sun when you're saying you hear the sun humming?
Okay, well, this happened when I tried a stimulant once, and I was laying cross-legged in the living room. And as soon as the sun broke the sky, I started hearing the humming of the sun. I'm like, my consciousness, whatever was telling me is that's the sun type of engine orb running, the energy orb sun. I call it a radio laser emitter, right? It's the type of radio laser type of disc orb, energy orb. So yeah, I can hear it. It sort of hums. It just sort of goes.
You know what? I think that everybody can, but everybody's really used to it. And I'll tell you why. I'm a night owl, right? During the day, if I'm watching something on my television, like YouTube or whatever, I have to have it turned up to volume level at least 21. But at nighttime, and I don't live in a city or anything like that, in the nighttime, that seems too loud, and I have to turn it down.
Well, that's probably like a natural instinct, right? So you can like hear predators at night, type thing.
You know, I don't think it's so much that as it's like, wait a second, why is there less background noise? And you never can really pinpoint it. And I know what he's talking about too, because I've actually like felt like I'm hearing the light, like I'm hearing the sun or something. And it's like
it could be heard. It could be heard differently at different hours, different.
I wanted to ask you guys something. Like, well, you know how YouTube and all these social media platforms, you see how they allow certain topics or certain things and ban some. How come they allow the DMT? Is that some sort of a psyop? Because I know, you know how like certain agencies experiment on people with psychedelics. Eh?
No, absolutely. It is, because the problem is, if you're not going into it properly aware and like with reasonable wits about you, you will get demonically not quite possessed, but like encumbered. Like you will invite demons into the influential sphere of your life.
Yeah, that's why I always advocate for making it yourself. I think it has a different effect if you make it yourself.
I mean, I feel like I've always been fairly safe, because my goal has always just generally been to like experience whatever is there, and not trying to like mold it into some particular experience.
Not just letting the experience happen and not trying to control it. It's like so if you notice that's really the best way really to kind of go through things, because
just got to be in that observational mode.
Yeah, I mean, if you've noticed, some of the best vacations you might have ever had are the ones that were just kind of spontaneous. You weren't planning anything, you just ended up doing some shit, right? And when you go and plan an itinerary vacation, okay, then it just becomes a fucking hassle fiasco, and you can't wait.
It's like a chore. It's like work. Like you're clocking in, you know, and to save money and you know, you got to want to make the maximum out of it. I mean, like the whole idea of a vacation is to go and relax and enjoy yourself, and not go to work, you know, and back.
Well, we're going to Flattoberfest, which is going to be in Vegas this year. And that's going to be nice, man. I miss the desert, man. So we're going to be, you know, a few days out there. And I'm going to stay over in the eastern side of California in a little place called Lone Pine. That was my stomping grounds when I was out there. And I just love that little town. I love that little town. It's not, you know, people think California, they automatically think LA, that kind of shit, the big cities. Man, Eastern Central California is the shit, man. You got the Mojave Desert, you got the Sierra Mountains right there. And man, we go out, the desert is that's like my cleansing place. That is my cleansing place. You get out there and there's no EMF, there's no television signals, radio signals, microwave, cell phone, none of that shit, man. It's just clear. And
are there chemtrails?
Not as many. They have some weird ones. They come off of the base. The China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station is right near there. And that's the only place I've ever seen where they do circles. They make circles instead of grids.
Crazy. That place is cursed. China Lake. My gosh, you know, no good news is coming out of that place.
Oh no!
Have you guys read?
What about?
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Do you guys know this guy by the name of Fritz Springmeier? And he talks about like how MK Ultra victims are sent in. And you know, this very, very near Bohemian Grove, all that. So a lot of heinous stuff going on.
China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station is huge, and most of it underground. This place goes all the way back. If you've ever seen the movie The Right Stuff, you know, where they're training the astronauts and shit. There's a scene where they crash a test plane. And they have to stand in front of the colonel's desk there. And there's a window behind him. And you see these fire trucks and a plume of smoke coming up. And he turns around and says, "Gentlemen, would you mind telling me why I'm seeing flames coming up from Ridgecrest?" Well, Ridgecrest is the town pretty much that supports that base. Without the base, there wouldn't be Ridgecrest, California. I'm sure of it. So this has been there a long time. And like I said, I've delved deep into the shit about the place too. And supposedly Dr. Mengele was taken there under Operation Paperclip. He went by the name of Dr. Green. and he was doing these mind control experiments down there. And at any one time that they had anywhere between 1,000 to 3,000 kids in electrified cages. Now, an interesting thing, I thought, okay, and this was before any of this QAnon shit or any of that. I was finding out about this, right? In fact, yeah, it was before Trump was even running. So I'm looking into this. I'm going, oh, this is pretty screwy shit. You know, I'd already been privy to some of the shit from Kevin Annett and the ITCC trials that they did in Belgium, the civilian tribunals for crimes against humanity and children. So I was like, wow, this is there seems to be some meat to this. I'm finding from some different sources pretty much kind of the same story. Well, then I think it was just a few years ago, they had like a 7.5 magnitude earthquake in Ridgecrest. It was actually in Trona, just outside of that, right on the edge of the base. They said that's where the epicenter was. They said they had to close the base down to only essential personnel. Well, then by this time, all this QAnon crap was going around and shit. And I hear a story of them bringing a bunch of kids out from underneath through tunnels out of China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. I went, oh, there may be something to this. There really may be something to this. And listen, it's where there's smoke, there's fire. And my son Ryan, who heads, you know, he has the channel Burn the Corporate Fiction, right? We met this kid, young man, in Ridgecrest, seemed to be a little bit touched. Said that he just got out of the hospital. I said, oh, really? What was he in the hospital for? He said, oh, they had to put a GPS in me. We're like, what? And he showed us the incision, and there's a little lump under his chest and shit. And I'm like, well, GPS. He goes, yeah. He said, they took me over to the base through a tunnel. And I had already heard that there was a tunnels going from the Ridgecrest Hospital across the street to the base. And then he'd say shit like, he says, my mom works at the base, but she's not a bad person. She's not a bad person. And then every so often he'd say, Einstein broke my pencil. Oh, man. What the fuck is up with this guy? So finally I just looked at him and said, Einstein broke your pencil. And he just fucking glitched. I mean, it's just like, what in the fuck? And then Ryan, he'd met these other weird people that were supposedly just transferred there and were supposed to be, you know, stationed at the base. And he said, these were some really weird fucking people, man.
Oh, wow. Hey, Sovereign, have you heard of the Montreal experiments?
The Montreal experiments? No. Maybe I have.
I put a Wikipedia link in the private. It's like this MK shit. I don't know. Canada's a hub for that. They love like.
Oh, yeah. They were doing this shit in a mental hospital in California. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
No, the Montreal, though, in Canada, in Montreal.
Yeah.
The Canadian government even got sued. They had a class action lawsuit against them. They paid out everything. It's like real. It's literally happened. And they're pretty much like erasing people's memories and doing this weird technique on them and shit. If you look at the Wikipedia thing it goes into, it's like
just watched a really weird movie called MK Ultra, and it's revolves, it says, around actual truthful events. And you can tell that this psychiatrist that they have is exactly that guy in the Wikipedia article. I'll bring that up.
Yeah, his name's Cameron. That Cameron guy. Yeah,
you can tell that.
Can you guys hear me?
This guy. Absolutely.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Okay.
You're on.
So that guy.
Yeah. Like Fritz Springmeier, like read his stuff. Like he talks about how to create a mind slave. You know, it's a long title, but like he talks about like the exact techniques they use of like children and how they condition them at a very young age. In fact, they have like a personality test that they don't share. Like we have like the normal like MBTI. You know, if you're an INTJ or whatever, ESTP. Whatever, there are 16 different type of personality tests. There are different type of they have another one which is even more accurate, and it assesses how like intelligent you are, what your drives are, what your fears are. It knows like what your the temperament is. So they know a lot about you by the time you're 1.5. At 1.5 or 2, already they have a program for you from the
Yeah, the
beginning to the end,
formative.
how you're going to live your life and how you're going to be a unwitting slave for their system through their conditioning.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
like
MK Ultra
the
is.
formative years of your life, right? The formative years where they get.
Well, yeah, the formative years, but also like this kind of deep programming of these people, because that's what it is. So like in the West, they have a kind of these cases of multiple identity disorder or dissociative identity disorder. That's something recent in human history. It's not like it has always existed.
No,
What,
yeah.
what did that one say there, Sovereign? Psychic driving. What's psychic driving?
Yeah. I was looking at that. The psychic driving. So what it said, and then it's kind of sick. It says, in order to repattern the brain, patients had to listen to specific recordings of Cameron repeatedly. This process took place for up to 16 hours a day, and over the whole period, messages could be repeated up to 500,000 times altogether. For the first 10 days, recordings contained personal negative messages, which were followed by 10 days of positive messages. Anxiety would emerge in patients was countered with heavy doses.
Wow.
And then they gave them drugs. They made
you know what happened once like my friend, when we were kids, he came over. He was like on the subway, and it's like some old lady came up to him with like an old picture of her holding a violin. She's like, "This used to be me," and she gave him this giant pamphlet about how she was experimented on in one of these places, and it was like roughly translated from Chinese. It was like really off, but you can still understand what they were saying. And like they're saying like they were beaming some voice to skull type technology on it. It's like this huge pamphlet that she wrote out. She's trying to like spread awareness. Like, she got out of they fucking tortured her and like probably like made her sick and like, go crazy, right?
Dude, they were like just giving people fucking lobotomies, dosing them out. I was in this movie. It was really wild. The CIA, the government, wanted to know about these experiments, so they employed the doctor. He didn't have a whole, we'll give you money for your research and all the drugs you need. And this dude opens up this suitcase, and there's like massive fucking amounts of LSD, cocaine, all kinds of different drugs. And he says, "How much should we start with?" And he says how much he was going to start with. And he goes, "Man, that's a hell of a dose." And he says, "Yeah, might as well dive right in." And I mean, they just fucking totally blitzed these people out on LSD to see what different reactions they got and shit. I mean, it was
crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, it's a halfway good movie, but if you associate it and know anything about the actual case, then you can.
Hey, Sav, have you heard of Operation Midnight Climax?
No, what is that?
I put a Wikipedia through the article in there. That's when the CIA they get Johns, like they have like a whorehouse or whatever.
Oh,
double-sided mirrors. They dose them with acid, like they make the hookers dose them with acid, and then see how they reacted and shit. See how they
they covered that shit. They covered that in this movie.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they did. They covered that in that movie.
I mean, we're guinea pigs to them.
Yes,
they believe they own us and they own our bodies, and if they openly did experiment on people, obviously that's going to piss a lot of people off, so they know how to do it. But at the end of the day, I mean, they must feel entitled to do what they are doing, otherwise why are they doing it?
Yeah.
I mean, just wait till it's their turn when karma comes back.
Yeah.
What's project artist?
Remember when you did this to me?
Maybe that's why they strive to live so long. They don't want to face the music. I wondered that sometimes. It's like maybe that's why they want to stave off that death as long as possible.
You cannot imagine their intelligence, they're high functioning, but at the end of the day, they're insane.
Yes.
And why are they insane? Why are they insane? Because they picked a fight against God. like that's insanity right there.
I call them anti-field reversed beings. Of logic of sane is insane. The anti-field.
All right, so here's the point. So my point of showing you this, I'm sorry, Sav, this MK, these different projects, right? What's with this whole DMT, and why is that allowed on YouTube? Why does it get millions of views in this? Like I have a friend that just makes DMT live on YouTube all day, and they allow that.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I have no idea.
Maybe they want people to go there. Maybe that's where their harvesting center is, one of their portals.
They're doing
Yeah.
something. You know?
Yep.
They're doing something.
I do think like these experiences has to be like you know, through the right channels, maybe, you know, because I think it's definitely can be used in the wrong way. Everything, you know, it can be simple things like cigarettes and alcohol. We know people can abuse alcohol. We know that, right? And with that, you're going to have entities that's going to be attached, you know, to you
Exactly.
through these, you know, through these chemicals. And you can be fentanyl. I mean, like we know it, you know. So, you know, these are supposed to be spiritual experiences. If they are going to help you to evolve, then great. If they're going to harm you and turn you into some crazy person, probably not great.
Right.
You know? So
No.
use your discernment.
You
No,
know, the
what
thing
you
is that I've only ever seen, and this is just through my own experience, I've only ever seen positive outcomes from these things. I really have.
But
People
but those
actually, in my opinion, from what I've viewed, I see that people become actually more in tune and
If you don't
with a
abuse it.
realization of their higher self and the
That's your
connectivity
experience.
of everything, you know. And that's
Yeah.
one of the
And
biggest
you have
ones.
that right.
I was with
Yeah.
my son Corey the first time he ever had mushrooms, and we were out in Cali and went for a ride in my Jeep back in the desert road, right? And we're going back through all these Joshua trees, which are really a unique tree. That's the only place they grow is in the Mojave Desert. And we were like kind of almost in a whole forest of these things. Beautiful full moonlit night. And all of a sudden my son, he goes, "Oh my God, these trees are so happy. Look how happy they all are. We're connected." He goes, "My God, we're all one." And I said, "Now you get it." Said,
There
"Now
you go.
get
Yeah.
it."
The singularity of consciousness.
Yeah.
But see, when I did it, I only had one bad experience on it. And when it's when you really take huge doses, you go to different places. Like I would not wish that on my worst enemy to be where I've been on that. Like pretty much I was in like a void. It was like no lights, like no geometric patterns. That was turned off. It was like a void, like the womb or something. And it literally felt like I was there forever. Like I had to be strong in the mind. I'm like, don't worry, this is gonna wear off. I'm gonna eventually come back, even though it felt like infinity. Like longer than my whole life.
though Cage, in that void of one is conditioned is where the all wisdom and all knowledge is accessible. The most energy that one absorbs and learns is in that void that people talk about. The void is one of the I enjoy going there. Actually, when I nicotine high milligrams of nicotine, I'm meditating, I can drop into that void and I enjoy being there. If I could drop down like that in the black hole eternally, I'd stay there for many years. Nice place. But
In
anyways,
Hinduism, they call it the womb of Kali.
Now
it's like
my experience with that mushroom, that what I found really was so intense was that when I'd never experienced anything like that before, and it was somebody's got an echo. I was focusing on and thinking of the fractality of everything, right? How everything is just a smaller representation of the greater whole. Like you can see a grain of sand up close look the same as a mountain does, which is made of a whole bunch of little grains of sand, just
The
like
micro and the macro.
all of a sudden it was just like this brilliant blank white in my mind's eye. Just nothing, just complete nothing. And then like a fucking freight train, all kinds of images and audible voices and thoughts and questions and answers to questions and questions that I need to ask. And just like if somebody hit you in the head with an entire encyclopedia set and like
information
like 3/4 of the shit stuck in your brain.
exactly.
Right? And it was really cool. And part of that came with it was a realization of the true nature of alcohol and a little gift of a revulsion to alcohol, because I've been struggling with alcoholism for years and years and years. And I would go short periods of time where, okay, I'm done. I got to stop this shit, right? And I'd go to AA and whatever. And then it's like, bam, right back into it. Not after this.
Oh, that helps with your
I
alcohol.
I was told what the shit really is.
It
How
rewired your
it
mind.
works. And
Well, think about alcohol,
years,
right?
Going up on 13 years later, bam, I'm.
Thank God, bro. Congrats with that. But with alcohol, think about it. You know, they're called spirits, and one of the most popular spirits is called gin, right? And alcohol, it does come from an Arabic word meaning like a jinn or some sort of
flesh-eating spirit.
A flesh-eating demon. A
flesh-eating demon.
So,
Wow.
Yeah.
It's evil.
Well,
Some evil shit, man.
It is all forms of chemicals, of stimulants, are forms of fire, right? They all burn. The chemicals, they can catch on fire when you derive the pure chemical of the substances. So it is type of fire experiences that people are going through. And in many movies, they represent as fire and fire gates as being illumination for people, and where they attain their wisdom and knowledge is in the enlightenment of the fire fields of resonance.
Oh yeah, I agree. Singularity. But one last thing I wanted to say about like that waiting room void thing I was in. It was very weird, right? It was like an infinite void, like a womb, and like I felt like I was not supposed to be there. I had this weird feeling like, yeah, I should not be here. And pretty much I was like in this waiting room type thing. It was like an infinite space. Whereas like I was watching it like 360, like I was watching myself in it, but like watching it like if there's like a 360 camera at the top of the room. And then like I sensed this like a being of light. It was like made out of like sort of geometric patterns of like white bright light, and it was sitting down waiting its turn in the womb, and I was waiting there, and it's like I could see it but it couldn't see me, and I was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't be here right now. I just never did it again.
I got a question for you, Cage. In that, when you're in that void, were you sinking and like dropping continuously, like a black hole sucking you in? It was
peaceful. It was just
okay. The void I'm talking about is a major, like what Nachi said, it's a major compression when you drop in there. I call it the dragon void that compresses you, like you define like a machine almost is crunching you. It compresses you majorly, but I feel whenever I drop in there, I feel a major euphoricness of just falling, like I'm getting pulled down from my feet with a major gravitational field to the top of my head, and I can feel an energetic feeling of euphoricness. It's just like being sucked into a black hole that doesn't end. Extremely euphoric black hole.
That happened to me, but like then everything turned off, and it was like the complete darkness, like something more dark than when you close your eyes, or like when you're
Cage. You might have hit the bottom.
Yeah. It went to the bottom of it, and then I was like in a realm where I felt like things were getting put back into this physical reality, or like into another type of reality, and it's just I had this huge sense of like. No, like, what are you doing? Like, it's not your time to be here right now. Like, get the hell out of here. You shouldn't have seen this type shit. You know?
I think they're just trying to kick you out. You should have hung around there a little bit longer, see what happened.
I was there.
Force your way in.
Bro,
it was your test. It was your test, Cage. You had to wait a little longer. You go back.
Bro, I couldn't. Bro, I swear. Bro, I swear to God, bro. It was like, oh man, time shut off. I was there forever. It was longer. It was longer than my entire life. It felt like longer than my entire life. Like
it is the way you define it. You know, I've had experiences where a couple hours I feel like 1,000 years, and it's basically time displacement.
Yeah, that time was shut off, and it was just you're there forever.
It sometimes just gives you a realization of the way you will behave in a given circumstance. It's just like in your dreams, if you can remember your dreams and you remember if, this thing or that happened, like, do you still have things to work through? Like, what are your immediate reactions given a circumstance that you may not normally find in this, like, physical reality? But in another reality, they may be testing you in different ways to see how you would react.
Yeah, you react. Yeah, that's an interesting take. Nachikata.
Poor Angela. Poor Angela's got a big problem with the feet here. I'm cracking up. First, she was telling Brian not to put his feet on the thing, on the camera, because
no.
And then she says, "You were touching your feet and now you are eating. I did not see you wash your hands."
Hey, nice shirt, you magical motherfucker. But listen, we're talking about dreams, right? Here's a weird one, right? The woman I'm with now, you know what? I met her through a dream. Like I was in Japan. Yeah, I was in Japan, and I lost, like, I was wandering around, and I couldn't find anyone to like let me use their phone. I was like trying to find my friend or something that I was with. I was like wandering around. I found like a Rosicrucian temple in Japan, which exists. I Google mapped it. It looked exactly like the dream. I went to the Rosicrucian temple. I asked the secretary for a phone. They're like, "Oh, do you know the number?" They spoke English, and I'm like, "Yeah." So I pulled up the number in my pocket and gave it to them. And I woke up, and like I had this sense, like, I'm gonna text this number, you know. And yeah, the person on the other line, like, she tried like doing something, and it worked. So it's very weird. A number, yeah, it's just dreams are more real than we think. They're connected to reality in some strange way. Maybe this is.
I rarely dream, so it's like when I do dream, it's generally very disturbing to me. They're always very hyper realistic scenarios and everything. No super abstract dreams. But you guys are talking about things that you saw. Like only one time did I see something like a closed eye visualization of something on acid, and it was like a weird like grid, like a hexagonal grid that was just red against pitch black, and there were like reddish eye sort of shapes in the middle of the hexagons. I think it might have been like a very large sphere shape that I was seeing like one flattish looking section of. You know, like the Earth could be if it's actually a quote planet, but it's a really giant one, so it actually appears pretty much flat from our normal observations.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the whole. M Ball still freaking out about the Qantas flight 27. No, I don't think it's a time displacement, but there is some deception going on as far as that's concerned. So it would have to be knowing. Yes, they tell us the distance between those two places is 7,060 miles, but that would only be true if that what actually was a globe. And we know that we're not on a ball. We know that the Earth is not round.
What was that?
A sphere.
What was that number, Sovereign? The 93 something?
Qantas, it's QF. It's a nonstop flight. QF 27.
Okay. No,
So
I'm saying like the distance of the sun or to the Earth is like 93 million miles or whatever it is.
So anyway, wait a second. Still on what I was saying. So we know that distance is not true.
Oh, okay. I know, but
we know. I mean, we know that the 7,060 miles, even though that's what they tell us, that's if the Earth were a ball, but it is not. So the plane is either going faster than they tell us, or the flight doesn't really even exist.
See, that 93 thing, it always interests me because the OTO and Crowley and Saturn, that's the number 93 of like the OTO and the AA and that.
Yeah. Well, Jack Parsons, the founder of the Jet Propulsions Laboratory, was a devout Crowleyist.
Makes sense. That's why they chose 93.
And there's some crazy shit.
Well, I mean,
how would you know that anyway?
Incorporate all kinds of. Yeah, they incorporate all kinds of numbers into the system. I mean, like, 6,660 miles an hour or 66,000 miles an hour and 66.6 degrees. And I mean, there's like numerous 666 encoded into.
Well, even carbon. They say everything's made out of carbon. It's the sixth atomic element with 6 neutrons, 6 protons, 6 electrons.
Yeah.
Same kind of shit.
So
So. I think, in my mind,
probably got carbon. It's probably got theoretical carbon-14 all up in it and shit too.
Yeah, like I think this is something that's been going on for a very long time. It's not like the takeover of humanity and the hijacking of consciousness has been probably been going on at least for 1,000 years. It's just that we're at a different stage now. Like we were utilized to get to this point to consume, right? And then there's more of us, and then they're kind of done with us still too, and they're psychopaths. They're gonna do anything that's gonna work.
Up to and including.
So,
Did you see that thing I showed on? That was that little clip from I think Jeranism put it out. That sounded like his voice, anyways. Where they had Max Egan on that nonstop flight, and his compass was reading southwest, but the display telling you which way you're going was sitting there saying northwest, but an actual compass was showing southwest. So what does that tell us? It tells us that they're up to and including fucking with the display of telling you where the fuck you are on an aircraft.
Yeah.
You know, so there's nothing off the table when it comes to fucking throwing these lies.
Oh, absolutely. Because with one lie, you have to have 100 more lies to cover that one lie, and then for every one of those, you need 100 more lies. So it's just like layers and layers and layers. It's like a cake of lies. You know,
well, and it starts canceling itself out. For instance, this claim of light traveling forever in a vacuum, and then turn around and use the inverse square law of light. Well, it wouldn't work in space. So stop. Right?
Yep.
I was wondering if
you can't have it both ways.
I was wondering if any of you guys here on the panel, have you guys done any research into magnetite and how there's actual magnetite crystals in every cell of your brain in massive amounts, and they're not produced like they are in nature. They're produced in a pyramid shape. You can search it up. They're found in everyone's brain, and you know, I think it has to do with the holographic universe type projection of reality in a way.
Yeah, listen, M-Ball. Yeah. They called out Wolfie 6020, and he's not giving anybody any shit free at all. He's not even a fucking pilot.
Have you looked into any of that magnetite stuff, Sovereign? Or no?
No, I have not.
Oh man, there's something there. Trust me, you should look into it. There's definitely
But this holographic universe is a very interesting idea because they talk about it in that assessment and analysis of the gateway process, and they talk about how, you know, the way our brains function. We have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere, and then one section of the brain, the left hemisphere, is more like logical minded. It works more like zeros and ones.
Yeah.
You know, like zeros and ones, like the kind of like these regular computers that we have, and the right side of the brain works more like a quantum computer. You know,
Right.
it seems to like reach into the ether of things. You know, you can actually see things in an abstract way. It's not. It can understand like if time displacement is happening. You know.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, but
in many different cultures or religions, and you know, for example, in Freemasonry, they call it the two pillars, Joachim and Boaz, which represents the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. Then you have Jacob's ladder, or like the middle pillar, which is the coming together of the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. And when this happens in alchemy, they call it the like the Tria Prima. When this happens,
but if you look at but hold on, if you going back to like the left and right being different though, like if you look at fMRI imaging experimentation, they basically show that most thought processes like mirror each other across the hemispheres, or at least mostly do. Like there's some differentiation on the left and right lobe, but for the most part, like you have a mirrored process going usually.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But it's mostly about something called a structure called the hippocampus, which has to do with memory consolidation, and really memory consolidation is a key to reality because nothing really exists outside of the mind. And if you change
the area that they mostly focus on too in most like fMRI studies of brain activity is the prefrontal media cortex, which is like the exact opposite side of the brain. Yeah,
fMRI is I know what you're talking about, but I if you guys want to look more deeper into this, like magnetic fields and electromagnetic fields, how we produce them, you should look into the work of Dr. Michael Persinger, the neuroscientist. He passed away, or Dr. Todd Murphy, now at Laurentian University in Ontario. They're doing a lot of studies in the laboratory. What they found is they can produce a magnetic field, right, and have two subjects in an acoustically quiet room. They induce a specific magnetic field, and they imagine somebody. They make one person imagine touching the other person on the arm, right? When they're in separate rooms, their EEG, their brain activity is being measured, and when they share a magnetic field, one person imagining the touch, their brain waves act the exact same as if the person's being touched. Like their brains literally become one. And like they even do this with flashes of light. So it's not even like a physical thing. They could just flash light in one room. They're sharing a magnetic field. The other person's brain waves flash. React exactly the same as if they got
Are
the
they
physical.
Yeah.
are they putting him in an artificial magnetic field?
Yeah, in an artificially induced magnetic field. So I'm saying they can definitely mess with consciousness. It's around 7 hertz. Around
Yeah, that's what they're doing with this. That's what they're doing with all the cell towers, CERN and HARP. They're creating a magnetic field to sort of make a collective vibe brain, and this is where one needs to become aware to
they've done
really
studies
do their
where they
energy work and figure out what's happening.
they can enhance it or they can completely shut off these connections between people. So they could literally,
Yeah, you can.
we're not the only species like this. Like, for example, birds and fish, they use electromagnetic fields in order to navigate.
Right. Yeah.
Humans use it too, in a way. So,
Yeah, for
yeah, you
myself,
could definitely.
I've realized, Cage. I've realized, Cage, is magnetic field is the artificial field, and gravity is a different dimensional field. I know how to drop my magnetic field and create a gravity field that really dislodges the attempts to create the World Wide Web network, so-called, if you want to call it the advanced Neuralink, which splices beings to the quantum computers that are D-wave functioning. So it's very interesting. I'm very energy aware, and I can tell when they're putting me in a magnetic field bubble to connect me, and so I drop it to the best of my ability because I don't like feeling in that artificially generated magnetic field, because I can feel the difference from my gravity compared from a different dimensional sphere to the artificial induction shift sphere to a different channel. So
Hey,
yeah,
what's
people
very
once it.
interesting? Singularity. They've done studies, right? They've done studies on this guy named Ingo Swann, and he literally distorts the local magnetic field, and
Yeah.
and people around him actually get that they get induced by this magnetic field. So like, yeah, their technology is weak. The most powerful thing is the human mind. And if you know about this stuff, you cannot be affected by it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I agree with you totally. The mind thought is a frequency generator, a frequency resonance generator. It really's got no limits of frequency tuning, right? And this is where one starts to awaken and become aware. They start tuning their frequency of existence, right, to whatever is more pleasant of a feeling.
See, someone mentioned dreams earlier. This is gonna sound a little crazy, but I've been into this stuff since like a little kid. So I was always like experimenting and trying to like put consciousness and see what I could do with it. So I did an experiment with one of my friends when I was a kid. Right, I knew he was gonna be sleeping. He has to wake up to go to work. So what I did was I went into like some sort of a meditative state, and I forcefully entered his dream, or like influenced him when he was dreaming. And in a dream when you get killed and you wake up. So this is like my idea.
So
I'm
you
like I'm
became
gonna see.
Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, I became Freddy Krueger for a day. So what I did was I'm gonna enter his dream, and he's gonna meet me on my building. So he met me at the building. What I did was I just pulled out a gun and shot him like 20 times in the head. Just to see
Really?
if it would work. Yeah, just to see if it would work. I swear to God, I've never done this after because it proved to me it works. I swear to God, I'm not even joking. He calls me like 15 minutes later. He's like, "What the fuck did you just do to me, Cage?" Da da da. He calls me and like, yeah, it worked. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. Right? That's probably not a good idea. Yeah.
That's why they kicked you out of that dark. That's why they kicked you out of the dark room.
Kicked you out of the fucking DMT world, bro. That's fucked up. I never heard of that.
They're like, this guy Cage, don't let him in.
Don't let him in. Fuck that guy. That's what they all saying.
But here's the thing, like, the intentions is a very big deal. Like intentions, and like they come into thoughts, and then ultimately it comes into action, and action creates what we call reality. Right? So there's all kinds of moving parts that's happening with people. So if you already are coming from a kind of like, I don't know, vindictive or angry, I don't know what, like I'm not a psychiatrist here, I'm just here to observe things.
Listen, I've noted that. Listen, if you, whatever kind of a mindset you're in when you go in, that's going to have a big effect on what your experience is going to be. I've noticed that. Never try to take mushrooms to make you happy, because if you're pissed off, you're going to be more pissed off.
It's an amplifier of
Yeah.
your emotion. It's an amplifier of whatever you're experiencing.
Nope.
Exactly.
But if you're
And
repressing,
you're supposed to go through that.
your own knowledge of something, though, it'll force you to confront that.
I do
You have to
mushrooms like
confront it.
I go to the forest by myself, make like a proper fire, and I do mushrooms, and I stay there until like the sun rises, watch the sun.
Okay, great.
Rising.
That's good. You know,
like maybe
that's
like
great.
once a year, every other year, something like that. You know.
Yeah, awesome.
You do it by yourself?
But yeah, you have to face yourself.
Yeah,
you
by
have
myself.
to face yourself.
I have to be by myself.
You know, like that's true with everybody. Everybody goes through different lessons, and you know, part of this interaction on the internet is a part of that as well, right? And you can't run away from yourself. That's the thing, you know. And more you try, I think it comes back harder and harder, right? It just will not leave you alone. So it's good to handle whatever that is there, you know, and be done with it and move on to the next thing,
right?
because there's no
Transmute
shortage.
it. It's like transmute. Like instead of ignoring it, right? You have to transmute all these thought, emotion.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, the thought, emotion, and action, right?
Yeah.
So these are the pillars of creation, and you know, in alchemy they call it salt, sulfur, and mercury.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That the whole allegory of Saint Christopher is the relationship of mercury to gold.
Yeah.
And
it's all alchemical. Yeah.
It is Christopher, which means one who bears Christ. And the Christ is the symbol, the risen sun. The sun is also the representative of gold. Okay. Now, St. Christopher, as he's usually depicted, a lot of people don't know that he was a giant. Okay. And as the story goes, he was looking to serve the highest, most powerful person, right? So he was in the employ of this king. And a bard was playing a song, and the song had lyrics in it that said something about the devil. And he saw the king cross himself. He crossed himself, and he said, "Why do you cross yourself that way?" And he said, "Because I fear the devil." And so he said, I think his name was Offerus, before it changed to St. Christopher. So he says, well, that means that the devil is more powerful than you. So I want to go in service of the devil. So he went in service of the devil, and they were riding along, and they came to a cross in the road. There was a crucifix, and the devil turned away, and he says, "Why do you turn away?" And he says, "Because I fear the Christ." And he says, "Oh, well, that means that you're not the most powerful." So he went off in search of the Christ. He came upon a hermit that lived near a river, and he went to the door and said, he said, "Well, can I help you? What do you need?" He says, "I'm looking for the Christ." Well, this guy figured, this guy's not real bright. So what's the best way I can get him to understand? So he says, okay. He says, there's people that want to cross this river all the time. And he says, and you, being so huge, can carry people across this river and get them to the other side. And if you keep doing that, you will find Christ. And so he did this day after day after day after day, until one evening, he opened the door, and there was a small child standing in the doorway who wanted to go across the river. So he picked up the child, and he started to cross the river. And as he got into the current, the water swelled and it raged, and the current got just almost unbearable. It increased 1,000-fold. And then he got finally to the other side, and the kid he said this, he could hardly hold the child up. He could hardly hold the child. And he got to the other side, and he says, "Child," he says, "why are you so heavy?" And he said, "Because I am the Christ of this world. I'm the God of this world." And he says, "Because I am the Christ, and I carry the weight of the world."
The lead.
And so what it was, is if you see St. Christopher, he's often depicted as in gray with a crimson sash, which is made from cinnabar.
Cinnabar, yeah.
Cinnabar is the ore that they use to get mercury.
Exactly.
So what
Cinnabar,
this is showing
ores.
is
Hey,
that
Sovereign, I remember
when the
you showed us.
mercury came into contact with the gold became heavier and the current became stronger. So there's a hint there between the relationship of
All
gold
these,
and mercury and a stronger current.
of course, it's an allegorical, alchemical allegory that's trying to be
Oh,
portrayed. For example, in Chinese alchemy, they call it the lower, the upper, and the middle dantian, or whatever, how you ever pronounce it. And it roughly translates to elixir fields, where transmutation can occur through the thought,
Right.
emotion, and action. The lower, the upper, and the middle dantian. Right,
You
so
know that Saint Christopher is also depicted as a dog-headed person a lot of the time now.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
Anubis.
it's a weird Mandela effect.
So and,
Yeah,
and,
they
and
try to.
we have to think about the actual translations of mercury and gold, because a lot of times in these allegories they're termed differently. Like in spagyrics and alchemy, mercury is actually like a blanket term for like something that is like an alcohol, or that's a binder that's going to make
Mercury
make
is also
Yeah, base.
Hermes. Hermes is the Greek one,
Hydrogyrus.
but
in alchemy they
exactly.
call
So
mercury the
so we
universe.
think of like gold or mercury in our own minds. We just think like the element gold or mercury, but there's
Well,
different
I believe
terminologies.
I really truly believe that there was a use of mercury in the harnessing of electricity out of the air.
Yeah, for
This
sure.
is one of the reasons we have all of these domed things with the little cupola. Something goes in that little cupola that's not there for somebody to climb up and go stand there and look around. It's not designed for that. Something is missing from there. There's also some reason they want to make you deathly afraid of mercury.
Yeah,
and
but
make it
also
a
when you read
horrible
a lot of
thing.
these books about alchemy and spagyrics, they use these terms like mercury, and you just think, oh, it's the element mercury, but no, it's not. They're using it as like
representation. Yes.
Well,
as a
not when it
representation.
comes to this. Not when it comes to this, because the metal mercury is really quite curious.
Well, it is because
It will
the liquid at room
amalgamate. It will amalgamate with every metal, every noble metal, but it won't amalgamate with iron. Okay,
except iron. Yeah.
so there, I think, a
Really?
relationship to the amplification of the energy. In other words, the stronger current, because we notice that these domes, which are basically an upside down speaker, they have little cavity resonators within them, all up inside of them. And I think that was an integral relationship between the noble metal that is covering the dome, and I think probably red mercury in the cupola, somehow generating an amplification of the atmospheric electricity.
Actually, you're saying
all over,
something.
and they always have that little stupid cupola up on the top, and it's like, what the fuck is that for?
I seen some videos. I seen some videos that. Okay, go ahead, Cage.
I was going to say they call
Or
mercury
whoever's
the
going.
universal solvent, right? So
Yeah, it's a solvent also, man, because even mercury attracts gold, and then they boil off the mercury because mercury has a higher boiling point, and that's how they actually mine gold, or how they like find nowadays, like in modern mines, is they actually use mercury and then they boil it off because it
Well, it is a commonly used element. It was used for the fucking lighthouses, for the rotational device, and it would be in a pool of mercury because there was no friction on it.
And before transistors, it was used for switching a lot.
You know what that.
Singularity. I apologize. I interrupted. What were you going to say?
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I was gonna add is there was this one YouTube video I reviewed a long time ago, and he was defining the Earth as one huge motherboard, and everything is acting like parts to the computer. But he got into the temples and churches, and basically he translated in a way which he seen the structures, and he was also familiar with how energy flows through certain structures. You need to find all the church temples, all the temples, the churches were actually designed when people went there and prayed to actually harvest their energy to a certain specific point in the temple church. Structural designs.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But we're gonna have to start shutting her down here because it's getting close to shutting it down time.
You know, one last thing. One last thing I want to add is, makes you kind of wonder what you said about that light spinning around. What if we use mercury as a lubricant that really doesn't lose its lubrication power, right?
Well, they did that. They used to do that in these old lighthouses. I mean, this is documented. That's what helped keep them turning so well, because they were floating in a pool of mercury. That fucking light axle was floating in a pool of mercury. There's this whole idea, you know, of making you deathly afraid of certain elements, right? Yes, if you ingest a bunch of fucking mercury, it's not good.
Same with any metal.
If you ingest a whole bunch of iron, it's not good either. But guess what? You need iron as a supplement, right? You need that as a vitamin in your system, right? Gold is the same way. Okay, if you do too much, it'll kill you. It's all subject to the Hermetic principles, man. Everything has a duality, right? Even mercury, even lead. So why make you afraid of mercury? They don't want people fucking around with it.
Even man, silver's a great one though, man. Silver's like the perfect metal, man. Like I think silver should be worth more than gold. Like silver has so many properties.
Yeah.
I don't think you could get poisoned by silver or gold.
Think too much of it. Absolutely, too much of anything will kill you. That's just all there is to it. Too much water will kill you.
Well,
too much, too much air can kill you. Everything. That's why I say everything is subject to the same Hermetic principles. It's everything. Water is life sustaining. It's also life taking. Fire is the same thing. It's life sustaining. It's also life taking. It can destroy or it can help you create. So there's always a duality within any one of the four basic elements that we deal with. And just like that, everything has that same duality to it. So why would they want you afraid of lead? Right? Well, because they can't penetrate your home and look into it if you have lead-based paint on the wall. There you go. Why don't they want you fucking with mercury? Because somebody's going to find out that you can amplify a fucking current with it. That's why.
The 5G is not going to penetrate our house if we have lead paint. But no, it's poisoning the babies. It was poisoning the kids that were licking the walls.
Yeah, like these assholes care about poisoning people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's their main concern. Right?
Tasty paint chips.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, could I change? I know you want to end it.
Oh, I have this map. Jeebus Chris just sent me this, the 1587. What's the guy's name? The Monty map, which I have that. We've gone over that before. The original is 10 foot by 10 foot. I've got one that's myself that's 30 inches by 30 inches. I have to get it custom framed because you can't find a frame like that, a perfectly square frame that big. But the interesting thing about it is that it shows land that we know today as Antarctica with trees and plants and animals and people. No indication of an Arctic type region of a vast cold land down there at all. Another interesting thing, some of the geographical features are different. The Great Lakes are not depicted, that kind of thing. The North Pole looks very much like Mercator's depiction of it, with the four islands, with the Rupus Negro in the middle. The magnetic mountain. So yeah, that's a real neat one. Thanks about that, Jeeves. I can show it real quick before we get off here real quick. He's got a thing. He just sent this to me. Let me see if we can share that up there. There it is. We'll turn it up so it's got sound. Back up to the beginning.
1987. Excuse me. North Pole. No ice. No ice around any of these areas, okay? There's North America, South America, Africa, India, Russia, China. Okay, so very similar to this map. North America, South America, Africa, India, China, Russia. Okay? Only thing different, Australia. There is no Australia here because it hasn't been discovered yet. This is 1587. Australia wasn't discovered until 1606. So that's why that's not there. But my main question is, if this is a globe flattened out and this is on the bottom, right? What the f is this? There's no ice on it.
Could I ask not
and guess
to
what?
the question before
Antarctica hadn't been discovered yet.
Man.
Antarctica was discovered in 1820. If you look, oh look, there's an alligator, there's a camel, warm weather animals. So, you want to explain to me, first thing, what the hell is this? 1987. Excuse me.
I'm almost of the idea too that the reason Australia is not shown on there is that one of the things that happened during whatever happened to cause that to be frozen and whatever trapped part of the land inside of our known Earth, and that's what Australia and New Zealand are actually broken off or flooded out pieces of that land that was up there, because one of those lands is called fucking something Australia, something, yeah, it's got the word Australia in it, which would and it's right in that area where Australia is at. I'm trying to see, maybe I got that map someplace where I can, well, I'll tell you what, we'll do that on the next show. We'll go over the Monty map because that's some interesting shit. Another interesting thing about it, the Aboriginal people, and I got this from a guy, he used to live in Australia, and he talked to the Aboriginal people there, which is an interesting name for people that are supposed to be native to the place. Aboriginal means not original, right? But anyway, they call the direction south home. And I found that very interesting. And it goes right along with where I think that what we call Australia now was once part of Antarctica before it became ice. And this is one of the reasons that there's so many weird animals there as opposed to anywhere else in the world. I mean, they have some of the strangest creatures you could ever run across in nature in New Zealand and Australia and around that area of the world, you know? And I incorporate that with the idea of what if there's more land beyond what we call Antarctica, extra terra, and what other kinds of animals and or people would live there, you know? So something to ponder. We'll talk about that on the next show. I'm going to go around and give everybody a last word, and I'll start with you, Nashikita. Any last words? Hello.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me here, and then it was nice to meet everybody, and see you guys next time.
Yeah, brother. Next time it is.
Likewise. See you later.
All right, Singh. How about you, Bearsworth? Anything?
All right.
Hey, can I ask Nashikita a question?
Sure, I reckon.
Yo, what's up?
So how did you, man, I've been thinking about this for years, about like this whole system we live in, and we're like trapped in this game. And we're trapped in the system where we have to work and we have to make fucking money, and a bunch of these people I follow, like Jeff Berwick and people who travel, and that's what I want to do. And it seems kind of what you've done. You said fuck the system, and you just fucking said fuck it, and I'm leaving the system. How difficult is it, or like, and like, how you do
I
it? Because
mean,
you came from the States and you're just like fuck it, and you just pieced out. You fucking traveled the world, and man, I want to do that so bad.
yeah,
And like we get stuck in this thing where we live in our own city. Like I've lived in my own city. I'm the sixth generation that's born and raised in
yeah.
my own city. Nobody's ever fucking left. And I got this so mad longing to like leave my fucking city and just be like, fuck this, you guys are fucked. Like I'm out of here. But now I got like kids and a wife, so I'm kind of fucked. But like, yeah, how was it for you, man? Like just saying fuck the like you were from the States and you just fucking
I really believe in this idea of like kind of karma and also like God's grace and stuff like this. And you know, we're all born into the vehicles that we're born into, and we've all kind of chosen in a way the kind of, you know, the life that we're chosen. And I would recommend for everybody, the most important saying for everyone is to be you. You are who you are. Be
Right.
okay with yourself, you know, and you know what you need to work on, but that always requires like your own effort, you know. So like when you're in that state of mind of like I'm stuck and this is like, you know, you have to want it. You know, there's a reason why you got there in the first place, you know, and there's some things that needs to be worked out with that family or with your immediate circle, and that's why it's kind of given to you. You know, that's true with every one of us. I just lived a different life than most people, and that's just the way it is. It's not that I'm better or worse, or it's just is what it is, you know. And I'm okay with it.
So just so people know, I put in the chat, I put a link to that map that guy was covering in that little video. It's pretty cool, the David Rumsey map collection. That takes you to the 1587 map, and it's really cool because you can actually zoom in and zoom back out on it. It's pretty well interactive, and you'll find you can spend hours. You'll find all kinds of cool shit on that map. So we'll give it to one more over here to Mr. Cage. What's going on, Mr. Cage?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys, on here. It's a great conversation. And Bearsworth, you're asking. See, I think like, yeah, you have to just like what are you saying, right? You be yourself in a way, but you have to find out who you are in a way, right?
Yeah.
And you don't really have to go anywhere except within your own mind. You don't have to travel anywhere technically. If you have family here, you know, you don't have to like go and whatever. You have to be there for the family, but it doesn't mean you're stuck anywhere.
That's right. That's
except
right.
in your own mind. Right?
That's the biggest prison is your mind.
Yeah.
Brian, how about you? Any last words before we sign out here?
Yeah, much love, everybody.
Sure. Yeah. You know, I've traveled a few places. I lived in the Caribbean for 5 years up till a couple of years ago. Like, it's great to see the world, and like, you know, you can definitely like travel to some awesome places without having to move there or whatever. But I would say though, like, you were really doing something right having a wife and children. Like, I would trade all of that for a family like that. So like, God bless you for, you know, for being a father, and it was great talking to everyone tonight. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, it's good having everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming up. You guys, I'm going to just go ahead and sign it out. You know what we say here? Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get the fuck rid of him. We'll see you all next time on the next broadcast. Peace out.